he in the room or is he on Zoom?
He's in the room.
Oh, he's in the room? Okay, all right. There's no, you know what, the camera's not on in the room, which is probably why I can't see him.
Mr. Chair, it's connecting.
Okay, thanks. Let's give it a minute then. There we go. Okay. Okay, I don't see him there. In the room.
Yeah, the room you're looking at is not the room we're in.
Okay.
Yeah, that
Doesn't look
it looks
like
like an empty room. So
Yeah. Oh, there you are. Oh, there you are.
There
Okay.
we are. All
There you
right.
are. All right. All right. Now we can get going. All right. Mr. Caffarelli, are you there? Oh, I see you. Okay. I see your arm.
Yes, Senator. Good morning.
All right. Good morning. How are you? All right. Very good. Could you raise your right hand, please? Did you promise, swear, or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. Please proceed with an opening statement.
Thank you. Good morning, Senator Duff, Representative Concepcion, Senator Looney, Representative Godfrey, Senator Kelly, Representative Yacarino, and members of the Executive and Legislative Nominations Committee. Thank you for allowing me to appear before you today. My name is Brian Caffarelli, and it truly is an honor to be appointed by Governor Lamont as the Commissioner for the Department of Consumer Protection. I'm very excited for the opportunity to return to DCP to build upon the successes of my predecessor. I'll try not to restate the information that's been provided to you or take up too much of your time for questions, but I wanted to share a little bit about my background with you. I grew up in Connecticut. I live in Fairfield. I went to the University of Connecticut School of Law, and I graduated in 2003 and started my career at a law firm. I was practicing as a litigation associate. My career shifted to the public service, and I've served in various roles, including the Chief of Staff and Legal Counsel to the Lieutenant Governor, Michael Fedeli. I managed the domestic violence matters for the Stamford and Norwalk Judicial District. Lead drug control attorney for DCP, which mainly involved regulating pharmaceutical prescribing and dispensing. And most recently, I've had the privilege and honor to serve as legal counsel to the Senate Republican Caucus for the past 5 sessions. I'm grateful for the opportunity to work with such an esteemed group of legislators and staff in this building, and I really look forward to continuing to do so in this new role. My first goal as commissioner is to maintain agency stability during the changeover from Commissioner Siegel to myself. During my previous tenure at DCP, I learned the agency operations and was able to work with and get to know many of the hardworking employees there, which I believe will really help for a smooth transition. As you're aware, the agency has undertaken 2 new major markets, implementation and structuring of online sports betting and equitable adult use cannabis market. At the same time, DCP continues to regulate several other key marketplaces that rely on a steady agency for continued success. I believe there are opportunities to improve licensing by exploring areas that make it easier for consumers and businesses alike to understand and access the process. We may also need to update certain outdated or obsolete regulations while ensuring that consumers remain protected. We will continue to prioritize resources by focusing enforcement cases on matters that have the greatest risk of harm to the public health and safety. Additionally, we will increase our communication and outreach efforts, particularly to underserved communities, to educate consumers in the state about services that DCP provides and to offer guidelines to protect against harmful products and services. There's a lot of great things that this agency does, and I think we need to be telling that story a bit more. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify before you this morning. I'll answer any questions that you may have.
Great, thank you so much. I appreciate your testimony and coming in and speaking to the issues that you're going to face in the department. And you talked a lot about how you will continue on and carry on from the previous commissioner, Michelle Siegel, who's been there for a long time. And you obviously have experience in the department. What do you see? Well, let me just back up for a second. With legalization of recreational cannabis and sports betting, those are two big items that have kind of hit the agenda, I guess, of the Department of Consumer Protection or the jurisdiction of the Department of Consumer Protection. What do you see as kind of the biggest goals, I guess, of the department over the next few years as you kind of wade into these, big issues simultaneously?
So in terms of, Senator, thank you. In terms of the implementation and the adult use cannabis market, I'm not at the agency yet, but what I've seen and heard, the rollout has gone very well. I understand the department is working with legislators regarding issues that have been raised. Some things include clarifying the lottery process, product safety and education, which would include packaging and child-proof safe storage and disposal. There's also an issue with high THC-based products that are being sold at retail establishments. So that issue is going to need to be addressed, and I believe that there's pending legislation this session. And with regard to gaming, similarly as that was recently rolled out, the agency, executes the laws that are passed by this body and signed by the government. We will try and continue to point out problematic issues, but our role is not to make policy. There are consumer protections and regulations that are included in that bill. And I do know that the Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services is working on a study to determine whether or not more needs to be done. I hope that kind of addresses those two areas that you.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, the department is an important department for us here in the state of Connecticut. When folks are kind of at the end of their rope, and want relief on a matter, they look to the Department of Consumer Protection in a lot of ways to be the agency to help and to smooth out issues between a business and themselves or some other problem that may arise. And also, department has, has a big responsibility with our liquor laws and other laws that are in place to protect consumers in a proactive way. I will just say this, Brian, you and I have known each other for a long time. I knew you as a district director for Congressman Shays. I knew you, when you were chief of staff for Lieutenant Governor Fedeli, and in your role as counsel for the Senate Republicans. You have always been gracious. You have always played it down the middle. You have always been kind to folks, no matter what their stripes are, and you've always worked to the best extent of your ability, no matter who asked you for help. And I think that those traits will serve you well going forward in this role as at DCP, as an advocate really for consumers, as somebody who has to act in a proactive manner, and also as somebody who has to take on new responsibilities at the agency. So I'm pleased that the governor has nominated you for this important role, and I do believe that you will take this on in the same ways in which I just described and how I've known you for such a long time. So congratulations on your nomination, and I look forward to supporting you.
Thank you very much for those kind words, Senator Duff. I really appreciate it.
You're welcome. Mr. Chair Concepcion, do you have any questions?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman Duff. Just a couple questions. Congratulations on your nomination.
Thank you.
Very obviously well deserved. Just a couple things on my end, and Chairman Duff mentioned both the sports betting and the adult use cannabis that is now under DCP's kind of purview. My concern, I guess, is staffing, and I know you're not there yet. Is there, can you just talk a little bit about the importance of making sure that DCP is properly staffed? With the addition of these two major pieces of legislation have recently passed.
Sure. There were several positions that were added as a result of the legislation. I know that they are in the process of somewhere in the pipeline of hiring roughly 50 people. Some are closer to the finish line than others. I do not have that information yet as to where each position is in terms of how close it is to kind of, making the actual hire. I will tell you this, I know that there's detailed information on it, and the first day that I get over there, which is Monday, Commissioner Siegel and I are going to sit down and review that. And we have an appointment scheduled with HR at DAS Tuesday morning. So I think it's going to be important to triage the roles that we believe are most important to make sure they get filled in short order and kind of prioritize from there. But that's the best answer I have at this point with the data I have.
No, I appreciate that. And then in your written testimony, you mentioned the need to update certain outdated and obsolete regulations, which I agree with you, particularly around the liquor laws here in the state. Do you want to just expand a little bit on some of your thoughts on some of these outdated regulations?
Sure. I'd love to pass around a list to everyone of all the regulations that we plan to review, but I don't have it. Here's what I'll say is that when I worked in the drug control division, part of what I did was help to write new regulations and help with the legal director and the drug control director in submitting their legislative packages. And when we looked at new ideas, we also looked at regulations and laws that quite frankly didn't make sense, whether it be because of technology or practice had changed in the industry. And we found opportunities then to remove or revise outdated regulations. I imagine and I'm fairly certain that those will exist in every area of the agency. So I plan to sit down with the directors and go from there, kind of a top-down mission to really take a hard look at that. So I don't know exactly what they are, but I think that there are opportunities to be had to kind of tighten that up, but not at the expense of protecting the consumer whatsoever.
I appreciate that. And I know you graduated from UConn Law, correct?
Correct.
Where'd you get your undergrad?
I went to the University of South Carolina.
So the question has to be asked.
Yeah.
When the UConn women ultimately play the Gamecocks in the Final Four, who will you be rooting for?
It's UConn.
Appreciate those comments. Appreciate that. And Senator Duff and Chairman Duff, thank you. That's all I have.
Great. Thank you very much. Senator Kelly, followed by Representative Iaccarino.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Brian, and congratulations on your nomination. I've had the opportunity to work with you, so I understand your skills and aptitude. It couldn't happen to a better, nicer individual. You're so affable and just a joy to be around in the employment area. And it comes through in your letter. One of the focuses was working with DCP employees. And when you have the opportunity to work with you, as we have, that's one thing that I've noticed, not only in the way you conduct yourself, but also hearing from other staff. You're very likable. But the real, I think the hallmark of what you do is your fairness. Your detail oriented, your skills, your aptitude, and being able to deal with complex issues, distill them to a point that is very easily digestible. I've benefited from that. You've worked on committees, you see the legislation, you see what's going on, but you're able to put it in the context. What does this mean to the people of Connecticut? Because after all, whether it was working with Congressman Shays, Lieutenant Governor Fedeli, throughout your service, it's all been focused on the people, the public, the state of Connecticut. And I commend the governor for finding somebody that is committed to Connecticut to serve in this capacity, knowing full well your commitment to the people. And from that perspective, I think you're a wonderful nominee, and that you're going to do a fantastic job, just as you have done everywhere else. Your footprints have been throughout your professional career. I haven't heard anyone in that wake say anything but great words and commendations for what you've done. So you satisfied me. I went somewhere else as an undergraduate, although they don't have a good women's basketball team. I am the product of the University of Connecticut School of Law. And like you, I cheer for UConn all the time. So you answered that question correctly. Good luck, and I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator. If I may, Chairman.
Sure.
Senator, it's an honor to be sitting in this position and to have worked with you all these sessions. I've learned a lot from you, and I have the utmost respect for you and what you do. And I can't thank you enough for the opportunities you've given me and your support. And these words this morning, it quite frankly is it's overwhelming, and I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Brian. The words are accurate and they're well deserved. So thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Iaccarino, followed by Senator Looney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and congratulations, Brian. And again, I give the governor credit for your choice. Really want to echo the words of Senator Duff and Senator Kelly. I've known you, for since I've been in session, since I've been up in the legislature, and you've always been kind and thoughtful, but also very intelligent. And you bring so much to the table to the DCP. I'm sure as you get settled in, there's a lot of low-hanging fruit that we might not discuss today that maybe we can come back in the future and discuss. But I really congratulate you, and looking forward to working with you and helping our consumers. And that's really all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Senator Looney, followed by Senator Summers and Representative D'Agostino.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Congratulations, Brian, on your nomination. We have just great confidence in the quality of the job you'll do as commissioner at DCP, based upon primarily the interaction that our caucus members and our caucus staff had with you in your work as on the Senate Republican staff. Somebody you were always fair-minded, always straightforward, and always somebody who operated in the spirit of good faith and goodwill. And I think that's exactly what we need in the department heads and officials, especially in a constituent-sensitive department like the Department of Consumer Protection, where the public needs to have confidence in the responsiveness of that agency. And obviously, you've worked there before, but I think you'll do a superb job there, and I commend the governor for the nomination.
Thank you very much, Senator Looney. I very much appreciate that.
Just a couple of questions. One, as the agency has a significant amount of interaction and some overlap in responsibility with the Attorney General's office in terms of enforcement powers and identification of wrongdoing. Just your thoughts on what you perceive that interaction to be, how you hope it'll be as you go forward as commissioner.
Yeah, so I don't, when I was there, I did not work on the CUTPA cases, the Unfair Trade Practices Act that normally the agency works with the Attorney General on. I know that there is a good relationship between the agency and the Attorney General's office. I know Attorney General Tong from my prior days working for the Lieutenant Governor and in the legislature. So he has reached out. We plan to get together as soon as I get over there and to continue that relationship and see what makes sense and how to work together. But I don't have any specifics for you, but I certainly look to continue that relationship that DCP does have with the Attorney General to best serve the consumers of the state.
Great. And just one other question. Since you have experience both as a legislative counsel and in the agency before, do you see yourself recommending legislation to the General Assembly? So I hope that you will, because we need to make sure that our statutes really get at the problems that we need. I keep in mind the fact that we've amended our price gouging statute a couple of times over the years to deal with the new kind of manifestations of that sort of bad behavior. So I hope that you will recommend to us any statutory changes that you think might be necessary in order to fill in gaps in the law and to enhance the efficiency of enforcement that your office might be dealing with.
Certainly, Senator. I think that there's a process every year that the agency goes through in putting together a legislative package along with the governor's office and OPM, and as subject matter experts in the various divisions that DCP oversees. It makes a lot of sense for the agency and its professionals to flag issues that could be improved, but ultimately that's for the elected officials to decide. But we'll raise all those issues for your consideration.
Well, thank you, and again, congratulations on your nomination, and we look forward to your service.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Looney. Senator Summers, followed by Representative D'Agostino, followed by Representative Tugliano.
Well, good morning, Brian, and I'm very excited to be able to be on this committee and to congratulate you on your nomination to become the DCP commissioner. Many of us know firsthand from working with you on a daily basis and in high pressure situations that you are someone who is very detail oriented, someone who prides yourself on knowing the finer points of the law, and you're someone who listens, truly a caring servant of the people. And you also have a great sense of humor, which I think we all need sometimes in this business that we're in. You are someone who is so fair. I actually thought at some point I'd be here and looking to maybe have you become a judge. That's how highly esteemed I find you and qualified. And I'm very excited for you to have this opportunity. And I think all of the experience that you have in your past and your work ethic and your ability to work with groups that have perhaps different points of view to bring consensus is going to be a true asset for you going forward. And I know personally you have helped on some very complex constituent issues that affect people's lives deeply and intimately. And I can see how that will be greatly used in your new role as a consumer advocate. I just had a couple things that I wanted to just say, that you've been an attorney in the legislative branch and the executive branch. And I think it's important that those relationships that you've built and the roles and relationships that have been formed with lawmakers on both sides of the aisle, how do you see that helping you in your position as the commissioner of DCP?
I think, well, first of all, thank you. Those words are very kind, and I really do appreciate it. And it's been a pleasure to work with you too. You too have a great sense of humor, and I've enjoyed the laughs that we've had. Having the experience in both the executive and legislative branches as an attorney, I think gives me a unique ability to kind of see things from both perspectives and help guide the agency through the proposals that will ultimately be submitted in the late fall of the year for any considerations for the legislatures. In terms of the relationships with the legislators, I think that during the session and testimony that I give, I think it'll be that more impactful because of the relationships, and they can understand that where I'm coming from and that my word means a lot, and my analysis they can rely on.
Great, thank you. I just want to say I think you're going to be an amazing watchdog in protecting consumers in your new role and making sure that consumers are being treated fairly. And I think that I've already mentioned a few areas that I was concerned about in the hallway the other day about the supply for medical marijuana. And I know that you will do a great job in making sure that that supply remains consistent for those who need it. And, lastly, I just want to say, I think the governor has made an excellent choice in your nomination, in my opinion, and I wish you the best luck going forward. And I look very much forward to supporting you in this next endeavor, although we will miss you dearly in the Senate. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator, Representative D'Agostino.
Thank you, Senator. Good morning, Mr. Caffarelli. Thanks for being before us today, and congratulations on the nomination. Just to follow up on some of the comments from my colleagues, and I'm pleased that I'm going to be followed by the ranking member of General Law, Representative Rutigliano, as well. I think what you're going to hear from both myself and him is that there's a real bipartisan focus on the General Law Committee, which oversees DCP, and which you will be appearing before on a regular basis. A real bipartisan focus on making sure that we're enforcing our laws in a fair and just but consistent way. And just on that, to follow up on, for example, what Representative Concepcion said, I hope you will feel free to aggressively come to us and ask for staffing. We know we're asking a lot, and we ask a lot of our DCP staff when it comes to enforcing our laws in our regulatory environment. Particularly now, we've got, as has been mentioned, the adult use cannabis market to oversee. And I wanted to just say, rather than just throwing a fiscal note on something, please come to us and say, look, to do this, we're going to need to add some more staff here, or suggest, for example, an additional fine, or more appropriately, perhaps an application structure that enables you to fund appropriately the enforcement mechanisms that you see fit. So please feel free to do that. You're a former prosecutor. You're a former drug control enforcement officer. I think it's worth maybe just take 30 seconds or a minute, just explain a little bit more about your enforcement philosophy as you come into this new role. You touched on it earlier, I think, when you said that, look, you recognize that you don't make policy, you enforce the laws that are on the books. I think it'd be worth just hearing a little bit more from you about your enforcement philosophy, given your background.
Sure. Thank you. And good morning, Representative. To your first point, I do appreciate that invitation, and we will take you up on it. I know that everyone's very familiar with Leslie O'Brien, and she's not bashful in coming to the committee and telling you kind of how it is and what we need. And so we'll continue in that vein. And to your second question about my philosophy in prosecuting, when I was at the prosecutor's office, I was told once by one of the state's attorneys that we really needed to look hard at cases. And remember, it's not about winning every case. It's about truly arriving at a good resolution. And that's kind of what carried me through my time there and into DCP. And I'll give you an example. What I mainly focused on when I was at the prosecutor's office was the domestic violence docket. There's a lot of heavy and emotional matters there. And we wanted to make sure, first and foremost, that the victims were protected and their concerns were taken care of in terms of protective orders, but to get at the root cause of what led most people to be arrested and before the court. And a lot of it had to do with substance abuse issues or some type of other mental health challenges. And so what our marching orders there was to try and find programs that would help resolve that and prevent individuals from coming back to court and actually not have a record at the end of the day if they followed programs and didn't have any other incidents within a matter of time, 2, 3, 4 years. So that's kind of where I was there. And I think the same thing held true at DCP. We really wanted to, and what I discussed with the legal director often was that we wanted to make sure that we were focusing on cases that had potentially the most impact to the consumer health and safety. And so try and triage those and maybe find ways to educate licensees who were committing more of technical violations rather than giving them punitive fines or whatnot. So that's kind of my philosophy, and it will continue.
That's great. I think that's going to serve you very well at DCP, and we're always open on the General Law Committee as well to proposals by DCP that give you more flexibility in enforcement. We don't want to be rigid, for example, in immediately imposing a fine or penalty when there may be more corrective measures that that you and your department heads think are better suited for a particular violation. So we're certainly open to that. You also mentioned, I know, and I don't want to bore the committee with the technical details of high THC products, but we're going to be looking to you in particular to really lead both with respect to the efforts that are sort of cross the jurisdictional with respect to local law enforcement and the AG's office, but we're going to look to the DCP, the department, to lead on really providing guidance to everyone as to how to get these illegal products off the shelves and making sure that we're not undermining our regulated market. I know you've been following that legislation, and I appreciate your comments in that regard. You also mentioned updating the laws. I think that's great. Just to talk a little bit further about that, as you know, there are a lot of anachronistic laws in the books, particularly when it comes to liquor. Some laws that are 100 years old that might have been better suited at the time to protect our consumers from large beer manufacturers, for example, when that's all that existed. But now, of course, we've got dozens, if not hundreds, of small manufacturers in the state of Connecticut and a thriving industry in that regard. And so I want to encourage you as well to, as you're updating and making our marketplaces more competitive and more business friendly, to come to us and feel free to propose changes that you think, hey, look, some laws just are too old and need to be updated to account for the current environment. I hope you will do that.
Yes, thank you. I think that I appreciate the invitation. I know that we've had brief discussions when we met last week, I believe it was, about both the THC and liquor laws. And I recognize it's a balancing act that we have to engage all the stakeholders, and it's best when it's done with their full participation. And it's a very we can take a look, and we'll certainly continue those conversations.
Appreciate it. And then just finally, I want to appreciate your in your opening remarks. I think in your first sentence you said something about agency stability, and I just want to note for the record that we've relied heavily upon and really appreciate the expertise of all your staff that you're going to be inheriting. But yeah, I want to particularly recognize Julianne Avalone, Lila McKinley on the cannabis side, Rob Marriott, who I know you know on the drug enforcement side, Caitlin Anderson, your new liquor control division director. All of them are fantastic, and I know it's a instinct for somebody new coming in to want to put their stamp on a department. I'm sure you will do that, but I'm very pleased to hear you say that you'll be relying on and continuing the agency stability of some of these fantastic people that you have. Their expertise is unparalleled, and I would just echo the comment that on your legislative liaison. I think if we sent Leslie O'Brien to Congress, she could probably solve a lot of problems up there. She's that good. So I'm glad to hear you say that that agency stability is first and foremost on your mind. So congratulations. Thank you for the time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you,
Thank you, Representative Tugliano, followed by Representative Godfrey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Brian. I had several hundred questions I was going to ask today, and then Love Fest started, so I figured I got to find something really terrible, and I'm having a hard time, which is unusual for me. But as usual, the chairman of the General Law Committee, and I asked to go after him just so we could demonstrate our willingness to work with DCP and to protect consumers, and also to make sure that the businesses are regulated properly and not in a way which is too burdensome. So I know that you committed to that. I could say nice things about Leslie, but I'm not going to, because listen, at some point this all has to come to an end, right? Forgetting the fact that you're a lawyer, I like you anyway. And I've known Brian for a long time, so I'm a little biased. I think you're going to do a great job. I really do look forward to you. I can't congratulate you more, for this position that you're going to go into. I think you're going to do a great job. It's really an important department. It does so much. I find it super interesting because we regulate everything from booze to pharmacies to there. It seems that there's always something going on. So you sort of have to have an open mind and really take a look at how things work. And I think you're going to do that excellently. I look forward to working with you on the bipartisan and the working relationship on the General Law Committee that oversees your department. As you could tell, because we're talking after one another, and we probably agree with one another way too often, but I think we could do some good, because you know what, consumers do need to be protected, and Connecticut can be a little bit more business friendly at the same time. So I look forward to working with you, Brian. Congratulations, good luck, and if you ever need anything, you know we're always there for you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Representative. That was really good. Like that a lot. All right, Representative Godfrey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it very much. Congratulations, Commissioner. I'm glad to see you here this morning in spite of the crazy weather we're having here in New England. I'm particularly happy that Senator Kelly, I was worried that he'd be disappointed to see you leave, but he seems to be happy. Now that could be taken, I suppose, two ways, but I think I'll take it in the very positive way that he certainly supports your nomination for all the right reasons. So congratulations on that. And I too am an alumnus of UConn Law. And I'm very happy to hear you say under oath that you will support the UConn women over the South Carolina women. But I'm just very happy that that's going on. I have a couple of issues and questions I want to raise that kind of come out of your testimony, your opening remarks. A couple of my colleagues have touched on this, but I want to explore some of them a little more in depth. I also sit on the Regulations Review Committee for some time now. And when you say you want to update certain outdated or obsolete regulations, of course, the regulatory power of any executive branch agency stems from a statutory grant of responsibility, and I'm not going to ask you to list them or go in depth in any particular area, but like Representative D'Agostino, I want to kind of counsel and advise and encourage that working in advance with the appropriate legislative committee leadership, including the continually misnamed General Law, which in my humble opinion should be the Committee on Consumer Protection, but at any rate, so that we don't have to, so Regs Review doesn't have to jump through hoops wondering about the derivation of any suggestions. In the past, the department has been really good, and I credit Leslie O'Brien as well as my other colleagues, especially dealing with the very difficult issues such as both medical marijuana and cannabis in general. And I'm hoping we can get a commitment from you that you will consult and have a good dialogue with the leadership of not only General Law, but you do have some overlapping jurisdiction with public health and other agencies. So can you kind of expand a little bit on what an outdated or obsolete regulation might be and how you'd go about dealing with it? You've got the Uniform Administrative Procedures Act, of course, which really provides for a lot of public input, but preparing the regs are another issue altogether. Could you expand on that, please, Brian?
Sure. And if I may, just to address your first point, I've learned from the good Senator Kelly, Senator Fasano, and most all legislators that I've worked with. The last thing we want are surprises. And so you do have my commitment that we will work with not only the General Law Committee, but the Regs Review Committee. I think it's very helpful to kind of have conversations early on to avoid any challenges or issues that may come up at the ultimate hearing. So that's for one. Secondly, I can't give you, as you recognize, specific examples. I do understand the process by which regulations would be revised or amended. But let me just say this. There are, like, in the drug control arena, when we looked at certain reports that were required, they were no longer relevant because of some type of technological update. And so having on the books a licensee that technically could be in violation of a regulation or report that didn't make any sense anymore just didn't make sense. So those are the types of things that we would look at, because perhaps there were some businesses still trying to file those reports. Some just stopped doing it. Nobody should be ignoring the law. I think the law should make sense in terms of what reality is. So those are the types of things we want to look at. And without, and I'll say it again, we do not want to in any way jeopardize consumer safety or the guardrails in place for that. But we want to also telegraph and make sure that businesses know that we're looking out to make sure that we're not overly burdensome when we don't need to be.
Thank you. It is really walking a tightrope and doing the balancing act with industries and consumers sometimes, and I appreciate your commitment. Similarly, you mentioned improving licensing to make it easier for consumers and businesses to understand and access the problem. I'd like to explore that in a little bit more depth. What kinds of things would you be looking at?
So first, to make sure that we're leveraging technology to make sure that every license and complaint is available online. The agency has done a wonderful job in getting up to speed in doing that, especially in light of COVID, like many other state agencies. But there's more to be done, I'm told. The other, another thing to look at is to make sure that licenses and applications are in plain language so that people can understand them from all walks of life, and making it easier to complete the application for licensees to understand which particular license would apply to them, and make it easier for consumers. And I know this isn't really licenses, but in the vein of technology and kind of user-friendly, make it easier for consumers to file complaints with the department if they're having issues with the product or service, or to just do some research on a licensee to make sure that they're picking the right one for any service or product they're about to purchase.
Thank you. And you also talked about prioritizing resources by focusing enforcement cases on matters that have the greatest risk of harm to the public health and safety. Now, a little bit, in my experience, I'm the one who gets the constituent complaint that so-and-so has gone to DCP and not gotten a response. So I hope we don't start deprioritizing every case. It's again, you're walking a tightrope to make sure the consumer protection is there. We hate to bother Leslie with with the individual complaints, but it happens and happens more frequently than some of us would probably prefer. So that's a concern too. And similarly, with the licensing, I know DCP has a lot of different licensing boards dealing with a lot of different industries, from real estate and all kinds of stuff. And we have long had a tradition based in statute to include on those licensing board members who are not part of the regulated group, to provide a certain amount of leavening and so it is to avoid the appearance of self-regulating industries. I'm hoping you'll, as you look at the licensing, that ability to ensure the public is actually part of the licensing process through membership continues. Can you comment on that?
Yes, if I may, in terms of prioritizing the cases, in no way did I mean that any complaint would be ignored. I think it's quite the opposite. I think that we can review the complaints perhaps a little more efficiently and, you know, send agents out or investigators out to the ones we feel are the most serious. But the other ones, perhaps there are corrective measures that could be put in place in a more kind of routine matter through a letter or an email or just a conversation with the licensee. So certainly in no way, please take the testimony that we ignore any complaints or not want to work with the constituents or consumers. They, after are the paramount, you know, the number one priority of the agency. But with the licensing, there are, you recognize that there are several areas that the agency does license. I'm not sure I understand the question in terms of, are you asking about newly licensed areas or?
No, just kind of a general approach. You say you're going to be looking at licensing to make it easier. I'm just hoping it doesn't make it more complicated by trying to eliminate some of the public members of licensing boards. If you're combining them, is that going to make sense to someone coming with a complaint? Will it remain transparent? Government has a reputation often of being more than a little opaque when it comes to people actually trying to work with an agency. So I'm just wanted to give you the opportunity to clarify.
Sure. So I guess it's a balancing act, and there's, you know, I am of the mindset that it needs to be done by consensus. So it wouldn't happen overnight. I don't envision any wholesale changes to licensing, rather a thoughtful and deliberative review to see if there are any opportunities. You know, I'll point you to, you know, as you're well aware, in 2019, the General Law Committee undertook the review of the liquor permitting. I know then they took roughly 70 permits and consolidated them into about 30 permits. And so it was, and the number of permits became difficult for the agency to manage, and it became confusing in the marketplace for retailers to understand which one to apply for. But that was only done with buy-in and consensus from all the stakeholders. And so that's the approach I would like to take in any real overhaul of any licenses. But I think it's just, you know, initially we just need to look at it and see if there are opportunities. I mean, it's just, yeah, and that's the approach.
Excellent. I'm glad you clarified that, because it is sometimes a crazy system, but then people do have a difficulty especially the businesses such as you mentioned, to understanding what is required, what do all these differences mean. I was happy to get it down to 30. I'd be happy to get it down even further if that was possibly, because, well, certainly liquor. After Prohibition, the evolution and the historical buildup of a lot of the laws that are over 100 years old are important. A big part of my constituency. I'm an urban legislator. I represent the downtown part of Danbury. That includes elderly, and not just an area I'm interested in, not just because I am one, but that a lot of my constituents are too, and I need to be their advocate. And certainly one of the trends we've seen in the last decade or so, people do want, who are older, are disabled, who do need help, would prefer to stay in their own homes and not have to go into some kind of an institution. And providing home care opportunities to this particular constituency is important to me, and I think to a lot of my colleagues. So I'm hoping that as I know there's some bills already floating around this year dealing with home care and other kinds of in-house care. I'm hoping you would support them and work with us and with the interested parties in coming up with solutions to ensure that people can remain in their homes as they age. I became a homeowner about this time last year. I'm all of a sudden wrestling with all of the costs and the challenges of that, but I want to stay here. I don't want to have to move. So I'm hoping if you want to expand on this a little too, I'll be particularly careful when the department works with these vulnerable populations.
So I'm aware of the issue with the homemakers. I'm not at the agency yet, so I don't have the full background. I can commit to you that it is something that will be top of mind and we'll be looking into and following, but I don't have an answer as to where we'll land or what the policymakers will end up doing in this building, but certainly.
I never try and predict what my colleagues are going to do. Yogi Berra was right. It's hard to make predictions, especially about the future, and certainly in the legislative office building. Thank you. I appreciate your answer, and I appreciate your commitment to the consumers of the state of Connecticut. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Good to see you again.
Thank you, Representative Sanchez, followed by Representative Figueroa.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Brian.
Good morning.
Thank you for reaching out to me yesterday. I had a great conversation with you. Much appreciated. And also congratulations on your nomination. My question, I just want to piggyback off Representative Godfrey about the licensing issues. And, I just came on board a couple of weeks ago, councilman in the city of Hartford, and being there for 8 years, and my experience with the small businesses, especially those who are opening up restaurants. It's a challenging business to open and start. And also the licensing for liquors license, right? In other businesses as well. My question to you, and I'm not sure if you really answered the question, but my question to you is how do you plan to help these businesses and or do you have plans to streamline and simplify the process so there's no, they don't have to deal with so much bureaucracy, and also the communication between the state and the municipality? How are you planning to help these businesses with that type of collaboration?
So thank you, and congratulations to you as well. And I
Thank you.
appreciate your time yesterday. A couple things in terms of that. I think there are opportunities on many levels. I mean, not just when people hear streamlining or revamping or amending licenses. It's covers a broad array of areas, but one, I think the process could be made easier in that the language could be a lot more plain, and we can make it easier for businesses to understand which licenses would apply to them and how they could best get them. Whether that be changing the language on the applications to make it less legalese and more plain, offer them in other languages, which I know that the department has undertaken and does that on many of its applications, but I will look to make sure that we expand that so that all communities are best served and so they don't have to struggle if English is not their first language. But again, with the liquor, we talked about that in 2019. There was a very thoughtful and a long process that looked at the licenses because, to your point, the marketplace was confused about which one to apply for. And so consolidate it from roughly 70 to about 30. You know, in terms of reaching out to the businesses and letting them know what's available, I think that we could do more of that and under an outreach, not just to the consumers, but to let businesses know that you know, it's not an adversarial relationship that we have. We want to make sure that businesses understand what's required of them to be in compliance, but no more than that. We don't want to be overly burdensome on them. At the same time, making sure that the protections for the consumers remain in place. But, you know, I think that there's a healthy line of communication between, for instance, liquor. If they're having challenges, they can contact the department and kind of work through that with them in terms of timing, which is the right one, and they should, you know, get a response in my experience with the department. So I hope that begins to answer your question. I know it's not terribly specific, but I don't know until I get there from that division. But I, you know, as the chairman of the committee, Representative D'Agostino, recognized, there's a lot of wonderful people in that agency who will remain there that do great work for the state and we can rely on.
Thank you. And you did touch on my next question, which is communication. You know, there's a huge disconnect and a gap when it comes to communication to our communities throughout the state, especially communities of color, Hispanic, and English as a second language communities. So from your experience, can you share with us the issues of outreach to these communities? And do you have any set plans or ideas that you can implement for that outreach?
So I can't explain the experience because I'm not there and I don't know. I was not involved in that part of it when I was there. I will tell you that it's top of mind and important to me that we do reach out to not just, you know, all consumers in the state, but do focus on underserved communities so that they know, you know, that the government can be there to help them if they're experiencing a problem with a product or service that they had. Oftentimes you can feel very helpless when you find yourself in a situation. I was thinking of this last night about the lemon law program that, you know, Connecticut has. We were one of the first in the nation. I'd argue we have the most successful one, but if you buy a car and you are continually having problems with a new car and they can't fix it, that's a huge investment. And oftentimes, you know, prior to this, you'd be kind of left holding the bag, and we help make that right in the right situations. And so there's a lot of things that the department can do for consumers who are experiencing issues, but we need to let them know that we're there for them. So the outreach is a vital component of it. I know we do have an outreach coordinator, director, and a program that does focus on those areas. I don't know exactly how. I know we can do more though.
Okay, thank you. And then just some comments. You know, I appreciate hearing all the accolades, you know, shared for you and with you as well. I truly appreciate hearing that. And then also I want to thank you for your, you know, for your interest and continue to serve our community and DCP. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative Figueroa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Brian.
Good morning.
Almost good afternoon. Thank you for being here this morning, and also thank you for taking your time yesterday and reaching out. I do have a few questions, but before that, I want to tell you that while I don't know the way how others members have said they know you, I honestly feel that I have known you for a long time. So listening to my colleagues this morning and speaking of your qualities gives me comfort, knowing that the governor has made the right decision to appoint you to this position, and I look forward working with you. With that said, my first question will be, when opening a liquor license near, or should I say, when approving a liquor license near a school, what does your agency have to look for before approving it? And as a former employee of the DCP, do you think that the DCP listens to those who show opposition before approving a license near the schools? And I ask these questions because, you know, I do represent many constituents who in the past, you know, have shown so much opposition, or should I say concern, when it comes to approving a license near the schools. Obviously, we do have kids, and we not, you know, we need to make sure that they are protected and that they are not exposed to what they are not allowed to see or should not be allowed to see on their, you
Right.
know, since they are minors.
So I don't know the specifics in terms of the process for and the applying for a liquor permit with regard to the proximity to a school. I didn't practice in that area, but I know how I can find out where to look, or actually, quite frankly, who to call quite, you know, quickly. I'd venture to say one person in the room who could answer it. But you know, with the input from the public, again, I didn't practice in that area, but you know, it should be taken into consideration. There's a process for public input. If there's a specific instance as to why, you know, that it was not, happy to look into why. But that shouldn't be the case. So, you know, that's the commitment I can make to you.
Thank you. I understand that you have not been exposed to that yet, and thank you for your honesty. But coming into this position now, then I take confidence that you will be listening to the public, or should I say to those parents who may, you know, show concern or express some concern about this. And my next question will be, I see here that you said that your first goal as commissioner is to maintain agency stability. How will you be able to accomplish this?
So it's relationships, really, in my experience there. I know all of the directors except for one of the new ones. They will remain, and I worked with many of the employees there, so they understand who I am and what, you know, that I'm coming in to move the agency forward, not have a major shakeup. You know, I don't think any of the industries that are regulated, you know, would be very receptive to that. And I think it's important to show the consumers and the business community that there will be a stable agency that regulates them in a smooth transition. So I have utmost confidence that that will happen.
Thank you. And I just want to concur with Representative Sanchez. You know, I also want to express my concerns. I would like to see if it's not there, you know, for the services that this commissioner, that you will be providing, you know, to your institution, to be user-friendly for every community. Because as you know, there are many people who unfortunately, you know, do not speak English. So I think it is important for us to continue providing any kind of services as needed and required in order for everybody to take advantage or to be able to use the services that I provide through your agency.
Representative, I agree with you. And I don't know the breadth of what, you know, the agency has undertaken to do that. I mean, I can give you an example that we briefly discussed yesterday. I know that the liquor division has forms in up to 8 languages. And they also have a service that helps inspectors or agents interpret in the field. And I think that we can continue to utilize processes like that across the agency to help reach out to those that are not, you know, English speakers as a first language.
Thank you, Brian, for your responses. I yield the floor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. I don't see any other hands up virtually. Mr. Chair, I don't think there are any other questions from the committee room, are there? At this point? No.
Nope.
All right. Brian, looks like you're good. I'll ask the question we ask everybody, which is anything in your background that may prove to be embarrassing to you, this committee, the governor of the state of Connecticut.
No, Senator.
Okay, thank you. I think I got that right. I don't know, I did it off memory. But all right, well, thank you. And thanks for coming in today. Appreciate your testimony. We do have Senator Kissel. I don't know if he's available now. Give him a courtesy to present some testimony if he is available. I would assume it'd be on
I am available.
Brian Caffarelli. Hi, Senator. How are you?
I'm great. Thank you for allowing me to chime in at this moment. And I had my coat on, but I took it off. That was a great hearing. Let me do this more formally. Okay. Sorry,
Sure.
guys.
That's right. I just got my Yukon thing on, so don't worry about being formal. We're pretty informal here today.
All right. Chairman Duff, Chairman Concepcion, Vice Chairs Looney and Godfrey, and ranking members Kelly and Yacarino, and honorable members of the Executive and Legislative Nominations Committee. I'm State Senator John Kissel, serving the 7th Senatorial District in my 16th term. I've had the pleasure of working very, very closely with Brian Caffarelli since 2019. When he came on board with Senate Republican Caucus, one of the things that he was assigned to was working with me in my capacity as ranking member on the Judiciary Committee, as well as other assignments. So we've worked very, very closely together. I think you all gathered from his testimony this morning what an honorable individual he is. I can tell you that he's extraordinarily fair-minded and compassionate individual. And for what it's worth, he did not ask me to testify today. And if we chatted about this earlier, he probably would have told me, don't do it. And to the point raised about Senator Kelly being so over the top, I get it. But I also get the notion that it's a little bittersweet in that we're losing a really great guy. He's going to a fabulous position. I've been around long enough to have worked with other very good commissioners of consumer protection. The first one that I was close with was Jim Fleming, him being a former seatmate from Simsbury in the Senate 8th District. But probably my fondest memories are when Jonathan Harris from West Hartford, again, a former Senate colleague, one of his many roles that he had in government service at the time was Commissioner of Consumer Protection. I think that Brian's going to be as good, if not better. And that is coming from an individual. I've been formerly co-chair of the General Law Committee back in the mid-90s, but serve on it now with Chairman D'Agostino. And Commissioner Siegel has done a fabulous job. The fact that Brian wants to continue moving forward, I can't stress how important that's going to be. And he understands implicitly and explicitly that his position is to carry out the policies that we as a legislature set in motion. And he will be extremely fair and even-handed in doing that. For my Republican colleagues, I think he's going to want to make sure that the Lamont administration and that the governor himself shines through the effective and efficient operation of the Department of Consumer Protection. So I have an interesting vantage point, having worked so closely with Brian. I can just tell you that your gut is spot on if you think that he is extremely compassionate and fair and even-handed. He never raises his voice. He never gets frazzled, and he thinks things through. He's extremely, extremely smart. He has helped me through some difficult legal issues so that I could see the issues very clearly, and he can act very quickly if necessary. For example, on the run when I was negotiating bills with Senator Winfield or other folks on the other side of the aisle, even though we work in a circle, right? Senator Looney, Senator Kelly, Senator Summers. So, and also having been lucky enough to serve with our current Attorney General as one of the tri-chairs with then Senator Doyle and Representative Tong, I see, to Senator Looney's point, no problem whatsoever in those two individuals working closely together for the best interests of the state of Connecticut. So I really think this is a grand slam selection, and it's not because he's a Republican. That has nothing to do with this. It's just because he's a really versatile, intelligent, well-suited candidate for this position. And I've spoken on the floor of the Senate about some of my former Senate Democratic colleagues who've become commissioners, and I have no hesitation in speaking and on behalf of Senator Attorney Caffarelli, because I just think he's just fabulous for this position. And I just wanted to offer an outside opinion from someone who's worked very closely with him for nearly 5 years. Thank you.
Thank you.
Happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Senator. I appreciate it. I think at this instance, you probably don't have to take any questions, but we'll take your testimony as a gold standard here, and appreciate your coming in and talking about the nominee. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman Duff. Thank you, everyone.
Okay. Item Senate, next to the Senate joint resolutions is Valley Peñala of South Windsor to be a non-voting student member of the State Board of Education. We have that witness here. Hi, how are you?
Hi, good. How are you?
Good, thank you. Could you please raise your right hand, please? Thank you. Do you promise, swear, or affirm to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And if you have an opening statement, feel free to make it. Thank you.
Good morning, Senator Duff, Representative Concepcion, Senator Looney, Representative Godfrey, Senator Kelly, Representative Yacarino, and members of the Executive and Legislative Nominations Committee. My name is Valley Peñala, and I'm honored and privileged to be nominated by Governor Lamont. My sincere thanks to this committee for the opportunity to appear before you to speak to my desire to serve on the State Board of Education. I'm currently a senior at South Windsor High School in South Windsor, and I've attended South Windsor Public Schools since I was 8 years old. I also live in South Windsor with my mom, dad, and younger sister, who is currently a sophomore at South Windsor High School as well. Both of my parents immigrated from India, and I'm proud to be sitting in front of you today as a child of immigrants. This fall, I will attend Georgetown University to study international political economy. I've been passionate about politics and public policy for as long as I can remember, so I jumped at the chance to join the South Windsor Public Schools Equity Council. As a queer, non-binary student of color, I know what it feels like to feel excluded from the school community for some fundamental part of yourself, which is why I wanted to use my position for good. Through the Equity Council, I worked on professional development for teachers on culturally competent teaching practices, wrote inclusive curricula, and participated in discussions around equitable practices in schools. Through this experience, I gained experience in education policy and hands-on experience in what it's like to run a school system. My experiences on the council pushed me to apply to the State Board of Education during my junior year. I knew that my work in diversity, equity, and inclusion was important, and I wanted to impact as many students as possible. During my time on the board so far, I have used my role as a student member to be a voice for Connecticut students, particularly those typically underserved. I want to ensure that no matter a student's race, ethnicity, class, ability, sexuality, or gender, they receive the same quality of education every other student receives. Connecticut is well known for its excellent public education, but we still have a long way to go. Overall, my time on the State Board of Education thus far has been an illuminating and life-changing experience. I've been through many new experiences that have opened my eyes to the many pieces that make up Connecticut's public education system and have revitalized my conviction that quality education is a human right. I hope to continue my work throughout the rest of my term and look forward to serving the remainder of it. Thank you to this committee for taking the time to hear my testimony today. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Great, thank you so much, and thanks for thank you for stepping up at your age and having that passion that you do. We have a former state senator who is now at law school, who was a Georgetown graduate as well. So your path is very promising for sure. Could you tell me just real quick? I was going to ask how you heard about this opportunity, and you spelled that out in your testimony, but I want to also find out what have you learned being on the State Board of Ed, or what is the biggest challenge that you see going forward from your perspective?
I've definitely learned a lot throughout my time. One of the biggest challenges for me was simply speaking up. I'm obviously still a student, still very young. And that first meeting, I was surrounded by all these new names, all these new faces, all these very very intelligent members of the State Department of Education, as well as the other members of the board. And it was difficult gaining that confidence to speak up in a room full of adults. But over the time that I've spent on this board, I feel like I've really learned more about what value I bring to a room, and I'm more determined to speak up and speak out when I see injustice or even something where I feel my voice could contribute in a significant way.
Great, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Wish you all the best for the rest of this year and coming up into the fall. Representative Concepcion, any questions?
Yeah, and thank you. I just want to expand on that because I was just beautifully said, what you just commented on the importance of speaking up. That's why these two positions are important, because you are the feet on the ground, and these adults around you need to hear from you. And I'm glad that you're getting the confidence to do that, and that'll only continue, and will only get even better as your term continues. So just wanted to congratulate you on your nomination. Thank you, as Chairman Duff said, for stepping up in again, as I mentioned before, such a critical position to make sure that we hear the voices of the students in the higher regions, and congratulations on getting into Georgetown. I'm hoping you come back to the state after obviously you graduate and give back to the community that you love so much. So congratulations again. I really look forward to supporting you. And if you need anything from this body, please don't hesitate to ask. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you, Representative Yacarino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I really want to thank you for stepping up for State Board of Education. Although you're not a voting member, I'm sure you have a strong voice for your fellow students. And what have you learned since you've been on? Have you been to the last few meetings?
My time thus far has been very eye-opening. I've learned a lot about not only how the system and the various educational arms of Connecticut work, I've also learned about administering public policy in general. And I've also learned how to balance, the different needs of different constituents. So there's obviously the needs of students, teachers, parents, members of the public, and watching how the department and the board comes together to listen to those different needs and balance all of those equally in a way that makes maybe not everyone happy, but everyone successful and content enough, has been an experience that I will take forward in my future work in public policy that I plan to pursue. And I've also learned a lot about simply just administration of a public body. So how the day-to-day going-ons that make up what I go to school, like make up the school system that I go to, make up the decisions of all these administrators, all the different school systems across the state. So that's also been interesting to see from the other end, not as a student, but all the way at the top as a member of the board.
Right, that sounds really good. Just listen and learn, and also you'll be a strong voice now, and I think going forward forever, between your being active now and going to college, and just get involved and be a clear, good, honest voice, and give you a lot of credit and wish you all the best in your this year and then your education and going forward. So thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Sanchez.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. I just want to congratulate you on your nomination, and thank you for to serve your community as a member of the State Board of Ed. We need more like yourself, young adults who are getting involved and helping mold the success of the future for other generations. So it's just a statement I want to make for you. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Senator Moore.
Good afternoon. I just really want to tell you how impressed I am with your response to questions, your thoughtfulness, and how grateful I am that you are willing to serve and that you will be a mentor and role model for other youth that see you to know what is possible. and that you participate fully and make sure that your voice is heard, whether it's pro or con, that you always use your voice and your position to speak out for others. And I know that you will. And I just want to say congratulations, and I'm very proud of you. Thank you, Senator Duff.
Thank you, Senator Moore. I think you certainly speak for all of us with everything you just said. We really appreciate that. I think that is the end of the questions. I don't see any further questions. I just want to ask the last question that we always ask everybody. Is there anything in your background that may prove to be embarrassing to you, this committee, the governor, or the state of Connecticut?
No.
Okay, you got a long time for that. But anyway, thank you. But I'm sure you're going to do great, and you're going to have a wonderful and a very successful life ahead. And we wish you all the best of luck. And thank you for your early service here to the state of Connecticut.
Thank you very much, Senator. Am I all set?
Okay, next we have item 2 is Praja Tiku, and if I say that incorrectly, I apologize, of New Canaan, to be a non-voting member of the State Board of Education. Praja in? Not sure.
Yep. He's here.
In person or?
In person.
Okay, all right. Good morning.
Good morning.
Please raise your right hand, please. Thank you. Do you promise, swear, or affirm to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please feel free to give an opening statement if you have one.
Good morning, Senator Duff, Representative Concepcion, Senator Looney, Representative Godfrey, Senator Kelly, Representative Yacarino, and members of the Executive and Legislative Nominations Committee. My name is Praja Tiku, and it's an honor and privilege to be nominated by Governor Lamont. My sincere thanks to this committee for the opportunity to appear before you and to speak to my desire to serve on the State Board of Education. For as long as I can remember, my family has instilled in me the importance of education. Both of my parents came to the United States from India as refugees in their early teens and arrived in America with nothing. When they came to this country, they relied on their education to help rebuild their lives. They've passed on a deep appreciation of the importance of education to me and my younger brother. My family has also gotten to know the Connecticut public school system. My mother is a proud graduate of Naugatuck High School, and my grandmother has worked as a substitute teacher in several school districts across the state. Additionally, I'm a senior at New Canaan High School, where my younger brother is in 9th grade as well. My personal experience and my family's insights has given me an intimate awareness of both the strengths and challenges of the state's education system. However, I became captivated by the idea of education reform a few years ago when I read a report by the World Economic Forum that led me to question whether the current system was truly preparing students for the jobs of the future. I took courses and read articles, developing a deep comprehension of the connection between the education system and the world around us. I became particularly interested in the potential of a concept known as design thinking to help enhance learning outcomes for students. My research on the topic has been published in a peer-reviewed journal, and I've developed and launched a course that is being used by students worldwide. I've spoken on the topic of education reform at several international conferences where I've seized every opportunity to connect with and learn from students, educators, and parents from around the world. Over the last few months, I've lived my dream by holding a seat on the Connecticut State Board of Education. I've seen firsthand the power of legislation to create a foundation for student safety and success. I witnessed how citizens of our state can make a difference by voicing their thoughts through public participation, and I've been inspired by the dedication of my fellow board members to the goal of promoting diversity and including a wide variety of perspectives in policy. Through the rest of my term, I hope to continue to be a voice for students across Connecticut. I appreciate how well Connecticut is done, and I hope to contribute as we continue to ensure equal access and opportunity for students across the state, allowing every student to grow personally and be competitive at the global level. I'd sincerely like to thank all the members of this committee again for making the time to listen to my story and for your commitment to empowering every student to impact the future.
Great, thank you so much. I really appreciate your testimony. And again, thank you for stepping up. Both you and the previous speaker really do make this committee proud and the legislature proud by you stepping up, being products of our school system, and for the way in which you carry yourselves, and so it doesn't go unnoticed by those of us here. Can you also just talk a little bit about some of what you see as challenges, I guess, for the state board for public schools, and what in your role, what would you like to see?
Yeah, certainly. Given my experience as a student and also kind of understanding the needs of students across the state, but really the needs of the education system as well, I think one of the biggest challenges Connecticut continues to face, but is working to ensure, is the quality of educational opportunities for all students across the state. And I think that's a really important topic that sitting on the board, I've begun to notice as my fellow board members and policymakers continue to push legislation to move in that direction. And I think more than anything, it's been amazing to see the public legislative foundation for the education system that I've grown up in, and to also understand where there's room for change, there's room for reform as we continue to move on in the education system.
Great, thank you. Are you a senior this year?
Yes, I am.
And where do you have plans for the fall?
I'm planning to attend university to study sociology and education studies, but I'm not yet sure where.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, it's a little early yet, right? Okay, well, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Representative Concepcion, any questions at all?
Yeah, I just want to echo your comments, Chairman. Congratulations on your nomination. Absolutely well deserved. I'm just in awe of you both, and just your demeanor. I mean, it's incredible. I'm trying to think of when I was a senior in high school, and it was nothing like this. So congratulations again. There was something that caught my eye in your testimony that you discussed a little bit about that you developed and launched the course. Can you talk a little bit about that course?
Yeah, of course. So one of the things that I've kind of studied over the last few years is a concept known as design thinking. And basically it's a human-centered version of problem solving. So the goal is in each step of the problem solving process, you want to work with those being affected by the problem, because the belief is that they hold the key to the solution. And I think this is a really powerful process to utilize. One, to kind of get more involved in their communities and begin solving some of the problems that our world is facing, but two, to develop the skills of problem solving and critical thinking and creativity, and pair that with what they're learning in the education system to develop these skills that will set them up for life. Because in our world today, we really don't know what to expect in the next 10 to 20 years, and it's really important that students can adapt in that sense. So this design thinking process is something that I think is really important for students to learn, and it's been utilized in the workplace and in the corporate world as well. But the course is basically aimed at teaching students the process of design thinking with a focus of solving a real world problem. So I ran this course in the New Canaan High School District and at our local middle school and library as well. And over the last year, I've worked to take this course and put it online so I could offer it for free to students across the world.
That's incredible. I think there's some of us up here that could use some of that course, take that course. Congratulations on that. And regardless of what your decision is for the future, at least for the next 4 years, if you decide to go to university, please always have a home here in Connecticut. So post graduation, anything we can make sure that we provide a quality of life and quality of place for young professionals is something that we're intending to do. So again, congratulations on your nomination. So well deserved. Look forward to supporting you in any way we can. Thank you, Chairman Duff.
Thank you. Let's see, Representative Yacarino, followed by Senator Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and really, congratulations. Is it Praja?
Yeah, that's right. It's project.
Very impressive. As you mentioned, decision-making, critical thinking. Do you feel there's enough of that in high school or in the school system in general for our students to think outside the box and be themselves?
Yeah, I think it's kind of interesting because I feel like in the atmosphere that's cultivated today, in the education system across the world, there's this mentality that we should fear mistakes because it's kind of integrated in this policy of like testing and standardization, where when you make a mistake, you're docked points or you get a lower grade. But I think mistakes are something that can definitely be learned from. And I think the ability to learn from failures is something that's really important. So I really appreciate a part of the design thinking process, this idea that you should be iterative and learn from your mistakes, and it's those failures that will lead to eventual progress. But I think that there's room for growth for that in the education system, certainly. And I think what I'm hoping for is design thinking can help in that process.
I agree with you, and I really appreciate you stepping up. And I wish you the best. I think you're going to do terrific wherever you go. Keep being a strong voice for our students and our adults, for that matter. I've made plenty of mistakes, and you have to learn from them. You either learn or you don't learn. So if you want to learn and do something a little better, but congratulations. I wish you the best, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Senator Moore, followed by Representative Sanchez.
So first of all, congratulations. And I really want to ask you, are you really just a high school student? Are you sure? Or have you been here before? Your maturity is very impressive, and your critical thinking. I want to say to you, Representative Concepcion said, you know, we could use that. I think we adults could use that also. And I'm interested in learning more about that, but I know your family must be very proud of you and your brother, and that you've paved the way for him to think. But to sit here and listen to you and your thought process and being so thoughtful it touches me. And I just want to congratulate you for being here. And I look forward to seeing what you will do in the future. And I want to say, when you go away to college and you return to Connecticut, bring all that stuff back to Connecticut. We don't want to miss out on that. So congratulations and thank you. Thank you, Senator Duff.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Sanchez.
Thank you, Senator Duff. So I'm really impressed with the program you created about critical design thinking. I'm hoping that you can come up with another one, for common sense thinking. So that common sense is not common, as we all know. But what I really want to say also is that congratulations on your nomination, and thank you for your interest and putting in some time to serve your community on the Board of Ed. And also congratulations on your future graduation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Let's see, any other? I don't see any other questions by members of the committee. So we'll ask the question again. Is there anything in your past, in your background, that proved to be embarrassing to this committee, to the state of Connecticut, to the governor, at all?
No, Senator.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you for your time today. Safe travels back to New Canaan.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have, and I see him on screen here, is we have James F. McCarthy of Clinton to be a member of the Board of Regents of Higher Education. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
All right, would you please raise your right hand so we can see it on screen here?
You got it?
Now I do. Yep. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Do you promise to swear affirm to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right. Feel free to make an opening statement if you'd like.
Thank you. I want to digress from my text to say that I so agree with Senator Moore's question to the previous two speakers. Are you really high school students? And now I'm really unsettled about having to follow them because they're both very hard acts to follow. Good morning, Chair Duff, Chair Concepcion, Vice Chairs Looney and Godfrey, Ranking Members Kelly and Yacarino, and members of the Executive and Legislative Nominations Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. My name is James McCarthy, and it is my great honor to have been nominated by Governor Ned Lamont to serve as a member of the Board of Regents for Higher Education. The institutions that comprise the Connecticut State Colleges and Universities system have served many thousands of state residents and their families since the state's first normal school opened in New Britain in the 1840s. With the goal of educating public school teachers. From that vitally important but modest beginning, the Connecticut State Colleges and Universities now serve more than 80,000 students each year through 17 campuses in every part of the state, and through extensive online offerings. CCSU students come from every one of the state's 169 towns. They pursue degrees and certificates in a wide array of programs that produce graduates who are essential for the state's workforce and who help fuel the state's economy. Furthermore, Connecticut State colleges and universities have, since their very beginning, served as powerful engines of social and economic mobility for the state's residents, enrolling students who throughout the system's history have been the first in their families to secure a higher education. The education provided by CSCU has equipped students and their families with what they need to thrive, while also helping the state thrive, because CSCU students not only come from Connecticut, they stay in Connecticut. To my role as regents, I'll bring more than 40 years of varied experience in higher education, experience that includes more than 25 years teaching, conducting research, and managing in leading private universities, as well as 15 years in regional public universities. It's my public university experience as a dean at the University of New Hampshire and senior vice president and provost at Baruch College of the City University of New York that will contribute most directly to my service to CSCU. As a result of these experiences, I'm well aware of the challenges that students, faculty, and staff encounter, of the importance of working effectively with governance bodies, as well as the communities the institutions serve, and of the compelling need to pay close attention to managing institutional financial resources. I very much look forward to applying these varied experiences to the Connecticut State colleges and universities. But my interest in serving on Connecticut's Board of Regents and what I would bring to this position are also deeply personal. I was born and raised in Waterbury, where many of my extended family have lived since my grandparents migrated to the United States about 150 years ago. For the past 17 years, I've lived in Clinton. More importantly, when I just spoke about the power of Connecticut State colleges and universities as an engine of social and economic mobility, I was actually talking about my own family. A little more than 100 years ago, two of my mother's sisters became the first in the family to pursue a higher education. They graduated from the State Normal School in New Britain and went on to long, successful careers as teachers and administrators in the Waterbury Public Schools. And they not only helped their nieces and nephews with their homework, but they also told stories about their time as both undergraduate and graduate students, and they helped with college applications. Let me conclude as I started by expressing my deepest appreciation for your consideration of my appointment to the Board of Regents for Higher Education. My nomination is a tremendous honor, and I will fully commit to aiding present and future generations of CSCU students and their families to achieve the social and economic mobility that these institutions have provided to generations of families and tens of thousands of Connecticut residents, including members of my own family. I'll commit my energies to ensuring that students have full access to everything they need to succeed. Access to strong academic programs that will prepare them for productive lives, as well as access to the full range of support services they need in the very complicated environments they face. These vital support services that range from access to academic advising, career counseling, mental health support, and even support for the basic necessities of food and housing. All these services, academic and non-academic, contribute strongly to student success. And student success requires faculty and staff who are also well supported, and I commit equally to their success. As I've done throughout my career in higher education, I'll also ensure that CSCU provides these extensive and essential services in the most cost-effective manner possible, balancing the compelling needs of students, faculty, and staff with the equally compelling need to respect and value the substantial financial support that the state of Connecticut, through the legislative bodies and the state's residents, have provided to CSCU since 1841. Maintaining this balance is arguably the most complicated part of a regent's job, but also a most essential one to which I'm fully committed. Thank you to the committee for giving me this opportunity to speak with you today, and I welcome your questions.
Great, thank you so much. We appreciate your thorough testimony for sure. And I think the only question I would have is, one is we did not give you the short straw by putting you after the students, promise you that. And two, I will say that, the Board of Regents right now is going through, not the board itself, but the state colleges and universities and community colleges are going through a lot right now. And what is your view of the vision of the board right now as they see it for our state colleges and universities?
Well, you won't be surprised for me to say that I accepted the invitation to join the board because I agreed with the vision. And I'll put that in two contexts. One is the general national context. I've spent the most productive and fascinating years of my life working at public regional universities in systems small and large. And I think these systems are unsung heroes. They're educating most of the students that are educated in the country, and they don't get the attention that they deserve. And I'd say that's the case for Connecticut State colleges and universities. Just think of the numbers: 80,000 students a year walking through the doors. That's a lot to grapple with. And I think that the current administration of the system is in very good hands with Chancellor Chang. I think his vision, a combination of meeting the needs of students and doing it at a reasonable cost, and doing it with the right balance of centralization and decentralization, is what the system needs. So I'm supportive of the general directions that the system's taking.
Great, thank you very much. I will let it go for now. Representative Concepcion, any questions at all?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman Duff. Mr. McCarthy, congratulations on your nomination and thank you for your willingness to serve on this important committee. You noted early, right when you started how impressed you were with the two students that will be joining you in the Board of Education. Yeah, that's right. This is the Board of Education. But one of them has said that they were going to Georgetown University. The other one hasn't decided where to go just yet. So I guess my question is, what do you think the role of the Board of Regents should be on trying to ensure that the talent that we have here in the state, like the two individuals that were just before us, choose one of our wonderful university system?
Please don't take this as a flippant answer, but one of the things I was considering about the last student who hasn't decided yet is whether I can find somebody in our admissions office to reach out to him right away and tell him about the opportunities we offer. But seriously, I think that the value of the Connecticut state system is in attracting students from Connecticut who will stay in Connecticut. And there's a challenge here that all systems like CSCU are facing in the country after COVID, and that's an enrollment challenge. And we particularly have to be more engaged in recruiting and enrolling Connecticut students to all the colleges in the system. I hope you'll be reading more. There was an op-ed written by the system president last week that was published in one of the state's major papers. There are billboards that are out. There will be concerted efforts to mount more extensive recruitment efforts. And included in the recruitment efforts is not limiting what we do to recruiting 17 and 18-year-olds who are graduating from high school, because one of the largest groups in Connecticut and other states consists of people who have attended college but not graduated. And they, I think, are particularly strong candidates for being recruited by the CSCU systems. So we will have to be more aggressive about reaching out to potential students and to convincing them of the value of a CSCU education, one that's available to students at all ages.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that answer. No further questions from me, Chairman Duff. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Representative Yacarino, any questions at all?
Yeah, just real quick. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Congratulations, Mr. McCarthy. What would you say the health of our professors, our teachers, and our CSCU and our students are currently?
That's
system, and it will then also with the students.
Yeah, I'll start with the faculty and staff. I think that the health of those folks is not unlike the health of the general population, although it's probably on average much better because they have access to strong insurance programs and strong financial support. But the uncertainty of the present environment, the uncertainty of institutional changes, that faculty and staff confronting a decline in the number of students are not unlike industrial workers facing a decline in the need for their products or the increases in the cost of their products. So there are challenges. It's complicated. But the students are particularly, I think, a challenge. And I take this from my career. My last full-time position involved being there when we went virtual as a result of COVID. It was the first week in March in 2020. I have vivid memories of literally waking up and finding out that we suddenly had to, within a week, transition from fully face-to-face education for 20,000 students in our college to all virtual education. And there was literally trauma there on the part of students and the part of faculty. It was a very, very difficult time. And I have to say, I think in general, we've gone through that. We've learned some things from it. But there have been health consequences, particularly for students. People joke about colleges and students going to college to have fun and to go to parties. That may be somewhat true, but for students at regional state universities, they're typically going to college while they're working, sometimes while they're doing more than one other job. Sometimes they're living in more crowded situations than students at more elite colleges. So they have a lot of other pressures that come to bear on them. And these pressures, combined with having to learn from home, have been very, very challenging. I mean, one of the things in my last job that we had to do immediately was find the money to buy computers for our students, because a lot of them didn't have them and relied on computer facilities at the college. The other thing we had to do was find places for them to work quietly, because many of them lived in New York City apartments, which are pretty small and not conducive to quiet study. So all of these factors have taken a toll on the student bodies, and at CSCU as well as at other public regionals. And that is the greatest challenge. It's why I listed addressing student mental health and student food. access. Among the things we have to do, I can tell you, when I was training to become a university teacher, we didn't talk much about student mental health, and we certainly didn't talk about student food access.
It's the reality, though, unfortunately, though. I really
It is.
appreciate the answer, but hopefully we could help as a body and listen more, and also try to. You're serving us as far as through your volunteering and your work as an educator, but you know, we've come a long way in 3 years, but we're still going to feel the pains of 3 years of not in person and struggling either mental health or food insecurity. But whatever we could do, we do our best to help you as a body, legislative body. But I don't really have any other questions. Hopefully we'll address these insecurities, and I thank you for your service. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Any questions from any other members of the committee? Any other questions? Senator Looney, you didn't have a question, did you? No, okay. Thank you. Okay, if there are no other questions, members of the committee, it's the one question we have. Is there anything in your background? Yeah, right. that anything in your background that may prove to be embarrassing to you, this committee, or the governor of the state of Connecticut?
No.
Okay, thank you so much. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Okay, next is Paul A. Whitescarver of Gales Ferry to be a member of the Board of Directors of the Connecticut Port Authority. Paul, are you here? Oh, I see Paul. Yep.
Absolutely.
How are you?
I'm doing great.
Great. Good to see you. Paul, would you raise your right hand, please? Just waiting for you to get on the, okay, I think you're on the screen. Do you promise, swear, affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, sounds good. Feel free to make a brief opening statement, and we can ask questions.
Great. Good afternoon, Chairman Duffy, Chairman Concepcion, Vice Chairman Looney, Vice Chairman Godfrey, Ranking Members Kelly and Yacarino, and all members of the Executive and Legislative Nominations Committee. I want to thank the governor for nominating me to be on the Board of Directors for the Connecticut Port Authority and the opportunity to serve. It's an honor to be before this committee this afternoon. Service to our country and our state is something that is important to me, and it is a way of giving back to those that have supported me throughout my career. I served this country for 39 years prior to my retirement from the United States Navy. I enlisted when I was 18 and retired almost 40 years later as a captain. I had a privilege of finishing my career here in Connecticut as the commanding officer of the Naval Submarine Base in New London, in Groton. My wife and I decided to make Connecticut our home. You have my submitted written testimony before you. There's one change I wish to make. It should read, I was asked to be a consultant to the CPA instead of I asked. If you could make that one change, I would appreciate it. Again, it's an honor to be before this committee, and I'm happy to take your questions.
All right, thank you. Thanks for hanging in there with us. We appreciate it. Where are you from originally?
I'm from Roanoke, Virginia. So I went to, during my career, I went to Virginia Tech. So Virginia Tech women's team is one of the 4 #1 seeds. So hopefully we get to play UConn at some point.
All right. I went to Lynchburg College in Virginia. So you're just on the other side of the mountains from where I was. It's a great area. And it's probably a little warmer than it is here right now over there. So from a standpoint of the Connecticut Port Authority, have you served yet? Have you been to any meetings?
So no, I have not. I did almost a 5-month stint as a consultant for the Port Authority right when I retired, and since then I haven't been back. So, but I've read a lot in the paper. So
yeah. Can you talk a little about what you might think? Obviously your background is well qualified to be a member of the Port Authority. Anything that you see without having been to meetings or anything else, maybe from your time as a consultant, what kind of what things you might see as ideas or ways in which to make it more an effective authority?
So I would tell you first and foremost, to get the pier completed, I think is the first task. And then I think the Port Authority can move forward. There's a great deal of economic opportunity, not just here in New London and up the Thames, but also in New Haven and also in Bridgeport, 3 deep water ports, but all over the coastline of Connecticut. There's a great opportunity for economic development. And that's really, per the statutes that are written for the Connecticut Port Authority, that's their goal. And I would love for them to be concentrating on that, vice concentrating on the pier and the publicity that it's gotten, whether it be negative, mostly negative, and hopefully turn that around to be more positive.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I do think there's a role there for the Port Authority for sure. And it's unfortunate some of the negative stories out there, because there definitely is a need for a Port Authority in Connecticut, whether it's for the small ports to large ports or some major projects that are been ongoing these days. That's all I have at this point. I think your experience is good. Your knowledge is limited at this point since you haven't been any meetings recently. But I do think it'll be a good voice for the Port Authority. Representative Concepcion, any questions at all?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman Duff. Good afternoon now. Thanks for being here. Congratulations on your nomination. And thank you for your service to the state and to this country. We certainly want to make sure that we appreciate that, and for you being with us today. Can you just touch, because I found this pretty interesting in your written testimony. Can you just touch upon what the mission of the Southern Connecticut Enterprise Region is?
Sure. The Southern Connecticut sector is our shortened name of it. We are an economic development district designated by the EDA. Our geographic area is the area of the Southeastern Connecticut Council of Governments. We developed the comprehensive economic development strategy for our region, hopefully to unify the 22 municipalities and boroughs that we support, and having a unified strategy when it comes to development. We also do through the state and also the federal government revolving loan funds for those companies or organizations that are not have the ability to get bank credit, so to speak. We host the Procurement Technical Assistance Center for the state, or now Apex, to assist companies that want government contracts throughout the state. As recent, one of the grants that we recently won was through the Build Back Better Regional Challenge for trying to develop an offshore wind industry cluster. Because of the development of the state pier, we won $500,000 to try to see a cluster developed in that industry. We didn't win phase 2, but we were one of 60 finalists out of 526 throughout the country. So it's an organization that I think helps the region, but we also try to do things for the state. I'm a team player, and I want to see the region and the state progress with offshore wind. So that's a small synopsis of the things that we do.
And I appreciate that. Just wanted to make sure that you had the ability to put it on the record. As an individual that works for an economic development organization myself, I thought the work you guys are doing down in the southern eastern part of the state is admirable. Thank you, Chairman Duff. I have no questions. I look forward to supporting this nominee.
Great, thank you so much. Representative Iaccarino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, and thank you, Mr. Whitecarver, for your service to the country and our state. I was actually stationed at the sub base quite a long time ago on a Navy destroyer, though, not a sub. I think it was the only destroyer there, and it's long gone. But I want to ask you, I see the sub behind you. You must have been stationed on the sub, the picture behind you. What do you did mention our ports, and I think we've underutilized our ports. We do have some, I think, good ports. What could you envision us how to utilize them in a better way, either for tourism, for commerce? Because we do have New Haven, we do have Bridgeport, we have obviously Groton, London.
So why not all of it?
Exactly.
So one of the things that I did when I was a consultant is I took a tour of New London, New Haven, Bridgeport, a water tour. And, there's a great deal of industrial property that's not being utilized, whether it be because it needs to be remediated before it can be used, or just the fact that, somebody owns it and nobody wants to sell it. They're waiting for a better price. But quite frankly, they're all, a lot of it is zoned industrial and we don't use it. So there's a great deal of capacity that can be harnessed from that. So that's one of the things. I would tell you too that the Port Authority also has Small Harbor Improvement Program, which uses bond funds. I think that's a great program that's probably not well publicized for the Connecticut Port Authority. So that I guess what I see in the Port Authority is just opportunity. I'd love to see it grow and get out from under the shadow of, the publicity that it's had for the state pier.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's been bad, but there is opportunity, and I believe, hopefully, with your expertise as a captain and somebody that has a love for this, that you bring some of this to positive light for our ports, and our citizens, mainly for commerce and activity. I mean, we have a nice waterway that we don't fully utilize. So I wish you the best. I think you'll do well. You don't need me, but you're gonna just bring your own expertise, and you're working as a team member. I'll wait.
Nope, you're good.
We're all a team one way or another, and I appreciate you said that in your testimony. We are a team, and we learned that in the military, and you to bring that with you, your experience and your team effort and your teamwork, but to do a better job for our state. So I want to congratulate you, and I wish you the best, and I thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you. I think Senator Duffy, you're muted, I think.
Yeah, I think you're muted, Senator.
Apologize. I just, I don't see any other questions from members, so just ask the question. Anything in your past or background that may prove to be embarrassing to this committee, the governor, or the state of Connecticut?
No.
All right, have a good one. Thank you so much.
Nope, thank you.
Good luck. All right. Our last but not least is a House Joint Resolution. Janice German, if hopefully I said that correctly, of New Britain, to be a member of the Department of Education Arbitration Panel. Janice, I see you there. Yep. How are you?
Very good, thank you.
Good, thank you for being here. Can you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you promise, swear, affirm, tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you. Feel free to give an opening statement, and if we have any questions, we'll ask.
Great, thank you. Well, good afternoon, Chairman Duff, Chairman Concepcion, Senator Looney, Representative Godfrey, Ranking Members Kelly and Yacarino, and the members of the Executive and Legislative Nominations Committee. It's my pleasure to be here this afternoon and an honor to be Governor Lamont's nominee to the Department of Education Arbitration Panel as a neutral arbitrator under the Teacher Negotiation Act. I've been an impartial hearing officer and arbitrator for public agencies and private parties for more than 25 years. I currently have contracts with various agencies within the State Department of Education to serve as an impartial hearing officer on matters relating to school accommodations, expulsion, unit clarification petitions, revocation of educator certificates, special education, due process hearings, and other matters within the purview of the Uniform Administrative Procedure Act. I also serve as an alternate member of the State Board of Mediation and Arbitrations panel, representing the interests of the public in matters pertaining to grievances and disputes under collective bargaining agreements. I've previously served as a hearing officer for the State Department of Consumer Protection and as an arbitrator for the Hartford and New Britain Superior Courts. I run efficient and organized hearings. Party feedback indicates that I'm fair, reasonable, and quick to understand the issues. I'm very confident in my abilities to serve as a neutral arbitrator representing the public interest in Connecticut. From 1993 to 2001, I was a solo practitioner that was primarily devoted to labor and employment and administrative law. I represented individual employees in claims of wrongful termination, discrimination, sexual harassment, unemployment discrimination, unemployment compensation and other employment matters. I also collaborated with a number of labor lawyers in matters representing labor unions, including in matters under the Teacher Negotiation Act. So I'm familiar with and have handled cases under the laws governing public sector collective bargaining and interest impasse arbitration in Connecticut. So it's a great privilege and responsibility to serve as a neutral dispute resolution professional representing the interests of the public. And I think those interests are best served when the parties are afforded a full and fair hearing that results in a well-reasoned and thorough decision that comports with applicable laws and industry standards. And so I thank you for your time today. And I know that my experience and skills in serving the public's interest as a member of the Department of Education Arbitration Panel will be greatly appreciated. So thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. And sounds like you're well qualified. Have you been able to arbitrate yet, or can you not do that until you're confirmed by the legislature?
No, I cannot serve on this panel until the final confirmation from the legislature.
Okay, gotcha. I wasn't sure if you're able to do that on an interim basis or not. Thank you. Well qualified. Mr. Co-Chair, Representative Concepcion, any questions at all?
No questions. Just wanted to congratulate the nominee for on her nomination and thank her for her willingness to serve. That's all I have. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. Representative Iaccarino.
No questions, but just, Mr. Chair, just want to congratulate her and thank her for willingness to serve. So congratulations and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Senator Looney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Congratulations on your willingness to serve, and your prior experience is certainly impressive. I have one question I'd like to ask, just based upon your experience in the system, is how effective do you think the last best offer binding arbitration system works out in practice?
Well, I think that, it really puts a lot of emphasis on the parties to really work through their matters during their negotiations. It certainly can be a big risk to sort of put all of your, bet everything in one bucket when it comes down to, the final arbitration if the parties don't agree. So I think it does really give the parties an opportunity to resolve the things that they can, and so that the issues that typically do then get to arbitration are the ones where the parties really just can't come to an agreement, or sometimes the interests are just so diverse that they need to get that next opinion. So I think it is a useful system. I've represented unions in it many years ago in assisting them in negotiations, and so I saw it from that standpoint. And I think it'll be interesting to see it from the standpoint of the arbitrator and seeing what ultimately comes to me, and being able to make decisions based on strictly those last best offers instead of what I might have done had I been on the other side of the table.
Right. I think the theory is, and that's why I asked how you think it works out in practice, is that since the arbitrator has to select one of the last best offers and can't split the difference, that puts pressure on both sides to be as reasonable as they possibly can in their last offer, and not to give any incentive to the arbitrator to pick the other side's offer if their own is seen as out of the mainstream. That's the theory. Do you think it works pretty well that way in practice?
Yeah, I think it does. And I think that also there have been opportunities for, the parties to kind of take a little bit of risk in their offers. And sometimes those have been successful for them and sometimes not, because certainly, although each of the positions issues gets seen on its own, it has to be weighed with regard to the financial capability of the towns and some other matters. And so I think we have seen some contracts here, particularly with state employees. I remember some years ago with civil unions, is that the union really took a risk in making that offer. And it was something that was unique and different and sort of, progressive at the time. And so, I think it does give the parties, like you said, an opportunity to be very reasonable in their offers, but also sometimes to take a risk and see, kind of test the tolerance of the public interest.
I just one more question. When you were speaking about the economic capacity of the town and dealing with the contract, what are the factors that the arbitrators take into account? In other words, do you look at issues like the effective property tax rate in terms of not just the mill rate itself, but whether the town has a very robust grand list and a relatively low mill rate to provided services, or whether the property taxes are high, both as a percentage of the value of the property in the town and as a percentage of the average income of the homeowners. What are some of the things you look at in terms of looking at capacity?
Yeah, and I think it's interesting because, as I say, you can find a statistic to support just about any position, and there certainly are a lot of statistics and sort of data that is provided. And so, looking at things like, the tax rate, looking at how the town is ranked financially against other towns, looking at how the town might be ranked compared to other size, other towns of comparable size, so there's really a lot of sort of metrics to be able to look at to determine truly what is the financial capability of the town, keeping in mind that there's a 5% budget reserve that, can't be tapped into. So, yeah, so looking at all of those factors that impact the affordability of the town and how that relates to the Board of Education. And so you might look at a town and their financial capability and see that they're actually spending, higher amounts per pupil as compared to other towns that might be richer. And so I think looking at all of that and weighing that, I think it's also important is, for towns who talk about they have a certain pride in certain, maybe they have certain STEM programs or athletic programs or things that really bring great pride to them. And so they want to put a little bit more money into the Board of Education for those. And so evaluating the full package of the value of that to the town.
Good. Well, thank you very much, and looking forward to your service in that important capacity.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Looney. Any other questions from members of the committee? Okay, not seeing any. The last final question, anything in your background that may prove to be embarrassing to this committee, the agency, the governor, the state of Connecticut, or yourself?
No, there's not.
Okay. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Have a great day.
Thank you. And thank you for your time.
Sure. Thank you. Okay. I think that wraps up our public hearing. Madam Clerk, let me know. Oh, do we have, I'm sorry, I can't wrap up the public hearing yet. Do we have folks who are online, Madam Clerk, who wish to provide testimony as we had for, like, with Senator Kissel?
Chairman, I believe
yes.
they're being let in now.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, I see some folks here. I'm just going to go. Madam Clerk, just tell me when you think, or Mr. Chair, when we're all set, and I can read off the names.
I think we should be good.
Okay, thank you. First, we have Christina Capitan from CT Cana Warriors. Hello, good afternoon. You have the floor.
Not to interrupt, but I thought Joe went first. That's the list we got.
I'm just reading you my list, so if you don't mind going, that would be great.
Oh, me? I can go?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, please.
Okay. Let me pull up my testimony. I didn't know I was going to be speaking so soon. Okay. I'd like to thank the committee for allowing me to speak today. And I am speaking in regard to Brian Caffarelli's appointment to DCP. While he does seem to be a nice person who, looking into his background, he's been pretty bipartisan in his work with election reform. I did have concerns because under his tenure with DCP, part of controlled substance enforcement happened to be cannabis. And I heard a lot of talk in committees recently and had concerns because I know there was a lot of talk about price protection. And price protection for, cannabis vendors. The problem is that this is a primarily gentrified market that we're dealing with. And, being that there has been no real racial equity, we only have one Black-owned dispensary right now in the state of Connecticut that's operating. Simsbury just voted to ban cannabis sales, so we're not going to have a second one for a while, I guess. That person is still looking. The DCP rollout of the social equity program has been pretty inequitable. It's left people behind. I have not heard any talk about reformations with that. And there was a lot done to make sure that that it would lack equity. So, people who had cannabis convictions are not able to work on cannabis farms. And I didn't hear much about that. I feel like he might have been good to go against the Sacklers. And, he's a nice guy that you can probably have a beer with, but does that really qualify someone to be the DCP nominee where they're going to be supervising their old bosses? Connecticut just doesn't have a strong history of oversight over itself going back to the Rowland administration. So I would hope that the committee, if we are looking to be bipartisan, that it wouldn't be someone who has a history in prosecuting controlled substances from the other side and instead is looking towards equity. So I know you guys probably don't have questions for me, and I wasn't able to ask that question of the nominee myself. And there's been absolutely no talk about that because I know people from the suburbs may feel that the rollout went great. And I don't know how it's going great if there's still people sitting in jail for it right now in Connecticut. And there's still people in various stages of prosecution right now in Connecticut.
Yes, thank you. Generally, the way it works is you get 3 minutes to provide your testimony. It's not a back and forth. So we appreciate your time talking about the nominee. So thank you.
Hope you guys listen.
Okay, thank you. That's why we have you on. Thank you. Next is Chris Timniak, followed by Joseph Aketulio. I'm sorry if I'm just looking at that for the first time. Chris, are you on?
Yes, I am. Thank you,
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
How are you?
I'm good. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee and staff, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to testify on behalf of Brian Caffarelli to become the next Commissioner of Consumer Protection. Mr. Caffarelli is the best person to lead the Department of Consumer Protection while the state continues to modernize all their state agencies. With over 20 years of experience working in the state, Brian has the demeanor, work ethic, and knowledge to lead this department successfully. He knows the tasks at hand and the challenges that will come. Over his years of state service, Brian has often been the person to help a citizen, a business, or a legislator achieve the outcome they are looking for. He's always been transparent with the public and the legislature, and his reputation and work ethic are unmatched. The Department of Consumer Protection is a complex agency that many individuals and businesses deal with on a daily basis. Whether it's licenses or regulation, Brian has seen what it takes to make sure the consumers receive a safe product or the services they expect at the high standard the law requires. Having previously worked for consumer protection, Brian has a unique view of where improvements need to be made to best help the citizens of Connecticut navigate this complex department. Brian's committed to serving the public, and this is a perfect agency for him to continue that work in. I urge the committee and the Senate to confirm Brian Caffarelli to be the next commissioner. Thank you very much for allowing me to provide testimony today on this very important nomination.
Great, thanks, Chris. Next is Joe I'm sorry, I'm gonna try that again. Aketulio. Did I get that right, Julio? Aketulio. Joe, are you there? I see you on screen. I think you're just on mute. Still on mute, sir.
Joseph, you have to unmute yourself.
Okay, maybe what we'll do is why don't we move on to the next person? We can come back. Is Devin on? Schleich? Oh, Joe, are you there?
Sorry, I had some technical difficulties there.
Okay, no problem. All right, we're just gonna move on, but since you're on, why don't we let you go?
Okay. Hello and good afternoon, esteemed members of the Nominations Committee. My name is Joseph Achatullo, and I am a cannabis advocate from the CT Canna Warriors. I am here today to oppose the nomination of Brian Caffarelli. I realize that Brian is a great individual socially and has a lot of experience within the DCP. I am here to point out a potential conflict of interest for Mr. Caffarelli. Brian Caffarelli served as the attorney to Michael Fedeli during his tenure as lieutenant governor. That same person, Michael Fedeli, now serves as a board on the board of directors of CT Pharma, one of the 4 cultivators in the state. With Brian Caffarelli's new job to oversee these companies operating in the Connecticut cannabis space, he could potentially show favoritism to his former client, Michael Fedeli. And this is exactly one of the problems that is plaguing our entire industry in this country right now: nepotism. The nomination is clearly wrought with nepotism, and we need a DCP commissioner that is impartial and not one with ties to any of the current 4 companies that hold a monopoly on our failing cannabis program. Our program is plagued with high mold allowance, lack of variety, lack of real equity, high costs, and regulatory capture. I'm hoping that you hear my thoughts on this nominee and his close ties to Mr. Fedeli and CT Pharma. In my opinion, it is clearly a conflict of interest for the DCP commissioner. I ask you to do your research, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Next is Devin Schleich. Is that correct? Are you here?
Devin has not received a link to join to the Zoom. He has let us know.
Okay, we can handle that, or if you want to forward the one that you received, that's fine too. Same one. Is Olivia Rinkus here? Olivia? Okay. Olivia, I see you there. Hi,
Yes,
how are
thank
you?
you. Thank you very much. Good morning, and thank you to the Executive and Legislative Nomination Committee to testify today. My name is Olivia Rinkus. I'm from the town of North Stonington, Connecticut. I'm also a student at the University of Connecticut. I'm testifying today in opposition to the nomination of Brian Caffarelli as the Commissioner of the Department of Consumer Protection. I'm testifying today with very strong concerns over the nomination of someone who was formerly involved with the prosecution of cannabis-related crimes to now head the department charged with the control of the now legal recreational and medical cannabis markets. I urge the committee to vote someone who is potentially going to be more impartial or less impartial. Excuse me, more impartial, especially considering some of his priorities included continuing to enforce misleading or potentially unverified information regarding potency of cannabis and THC levels, and also the health risks involved with consumption of cannabis, which have not been proven so far. Thank you very much for the opportunity to testify. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Duncan Markovic. Duncan here?
Can
Oh,
everyone
hi,
hear me?
Duncan. How are you?
I'm well.
Good. Please
Good
feel free.
afternoon, senators, representatives, and members of the Executive and Legislative Nominations Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. As a small business owner, Shoreline Chamber of Commerce member, and Connecticut constituent, I feel I am an active, invested member within my community for its betterment and progress. I feel any reasonable and prudent member of this state would agree that the accelerated timeframe and lack of other examined nominees would conclude a less than comprehensive approach to this appointment of the Department of Consumer Protection. The fact that this position of appointment umbrellas many major businesses in this state, including our emerging cannabis industry, leaves me feeling concerned there will be gaps and overlaps that will ultimately lead to more patient suffering with the current bureaucratic structure. My thoughts and hopes would be that this appointment would be based in meritocracy, and ideally the head of Department of Consumer Protection would have some previous experience in activism and advocacy in some field, while simultaneously having a heavy background in math and science. I'm awaiting the moment where I feel the Department of Consumer Protection actually protects its consumers versus what many have witnessed as protection of the toxic corporate culture that runs rampant in this state and the select handful of corporations that operate with little oversight enforcement. A perfect example of this duplicity has been within our state's medical and now recreational dispensaries. For years, the allowance of out-of-state sourcing of hemp and CBD products on these shelves, while simultaneously gatekeeping Connecticut's very own hemp farmers and CBD manufacturers from this market, has been nothing short of heartbreaking and mind-numbing. With regards to a more recent and equally menacing concern, I once again ask my Connecticut legislators, what is being done about Curaleaf? What is being done with a Russian-owned and operated entity that has controlled a quarter of our state's cannabis market for years? It would behoove the state to support all of its business owners, and I feel the Department of Consumer Protection now has an equal responsibility and opportunity to improve relations with its small business owners as it does with its citizens overall. Wouldn't it be great if a state protected its business owners from regulatory capture in an emerging industry? Wouldn't it be great if we all collectively fought to end this significant hurt from the war on drugs that has plagued the state and nation for long enough? We have explicitly seen how this oversight eventually trickles down and negatively impacts patients, especially with product safety and consistency. I am hopeful that this new appointee will keep the channels of communication open and transparent with the many seasoned cannabis advocates and experts that have been working hard for years and years ahead of any programs in our state, and that the appointee also builds new sustainable relations with current small business owners and brands that actually hail from our state. I welcome the appointee towards future meetings of the minds so that we can only move forward with progress and not recreate or perpetuate the folly that has led us to where our cannabis program lies now. Greater collaboration will lead to smarter, not reckless over-enforcement. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Next is Josiah Slee. Josiah, are you here? I heard somebody just come in, so I don't know if that's Josiah. Is that Josiah? Nope. Okay, we'll move on. Did Devin make it in? No, okay.
Hey, that's
yeah. I'm sorry. Who's
Hello,
that?
this is Devin.
Oh, hey, Devin, how are you? Why don't you give your testimony, please?
Hi, my name is Devin Schleich of 402 East River Road, Riverton, Connecticut. And I just wanted to speak quickly about a couple things that I just would like to bring to the table. You know, as he got nominated, I know that I'm a medical patient in the CT program for cannabis. And I've just had multiple times that I've called the program and stuff like that. and reached out to them with different issues about mold and just different products, you know, on the shelves. And they just never responded to me and stuff like that. So I would just hope, you know, when he does get into place and stuff, that he would listen a little bit more to us patients and about our rights, and just, you know, care a little bit more, because, you know, we are hurting in the end of the day. A lot of our cannabis has been sold to recreational people, along with a lack of concentrates, which is primarily what I use in the end of the day. So, you know, I do wish him best luck, and, you know, I hope he does the right thing in the end of the day. And I just really would like him to, you know, take into consideration us medical patients, because in the end of the day, this is our medicine and this is our life. You know, every single day we use this stuff, and it really does help us. And that's, you know, all I just wanted to say. And congratulations. And just please reach out to us and listen to us, and help us make a little bit more, you know, how can I put it? A little bit better cannabis market for the medical side of things here. Thank you for listening to me, guys. And I apologize I didn't come in earlier. But
No, it's okay. It's okay. And as a pity owner, love your little pity sitting right there.
my little baby right here.
Yeah,
I got
mine.
Connecticut. She's definitely a doll. But I appreciate it, guys. Have a great day.
Beautiful dog. Mine's sleeping too. Has nothing to do with outside right now.
Yeah, we have a little Frenchie running around, but that one doesn't do much sleeping in the cat tower right now. We love our animals out here in Litchfield. We don't really talk much out here, I feel like. And, you know, maybe we need to speak a little bit more out here in Litchfield County, because, you know, we do matter in the end of the day. We're right next to Massachusetts, but that doesn't mean we are Massachusetts.
Yeah. Yeah, right. Absolutely. All right. Beautiful area. Thank you so much. All
Have a
right.
good day.
Next, you too. Neil Musk. You here, Neil? Neil? No, I don't see Neil. Okay. Next to I have Les Perea, Good Trouble Advocacy. are you here?
Chairman
Uh,
Duff, I
we
believe
believe
she was the
she has
first
already
speaker.
spoken.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So I think
She was?
we skipped over Christina.
Oh, Christina. Okay. Christina? Did you
Good
test?
afternoon. Good
I'm sorry.
afternoon. Good afternoon, Senator Duff. Thank you. Good afternoon, honorable members of the Executive and Legislative Nominations Committee, Senator Looney, Representative Godfrey. It's great to see you. My name is Christina Capitan. I am a member of the cannabis advocacy group CT Canna Warriors. I'm providing this testimony today to express some concerns that I and some members of the cannabis community have regarding the appointment of Attorney Brian Caffarelli to the Commissioner of the Department of Consumer Protection, which will oversee the legal sale of cannabis in Connecticut, both for the medical and the adult use industry. I feel strongly that there may be some conflicts of interest in appointing a person who had previously held positions that sought to investigate and prosecute people for possessing, growing, selling cannabis in our state, to the head of the department that has the ultimate oversight and control, which I know, obviously the legislature also has, their hands in that as well, over the new legal cannabis market. I think that, that's a very, it's a very hard situation for somebody who has been prosecuted or investigated or raided for cannabis and had their lives changed drastically, to accept that somebody who had been in the position to initially put people in prison or investigate people for the same, the same activities that are now being profited off of in the state of Connecticut, to be in that high-ranking position in the department. So I would ask that you consider that and maybe encourage that this appointee, does his due diligence to make amends with that community that has existed prior to legalization and profiting off legal cannabis in our state. And he does seem like a very nice and well thought and compassionate man. So I don't want to discredit him there. But I do want to make it known that there are concerns with those individuals in our community that have been put through the ringer through our judicial system for those same activities. And I do thank you for your forethought on that.
Great, thank you so much. Appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
Is Aaron Doolittle in? Aaron Doolittle? I don't see Aaron on here. Okay, we'll move on. Madam Clerk, is there anybody else who is signed up that I don't have a list? I don't have on the list. Testify?
There is not.
Okay. All right, why don't we then transition to our meeting then? So we'll close the public hearing. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for hanging out there.
It's a little low.
All right, we'll call this Executive and Legislative Nominations Committee meeting on Tuesday, March 14th, 2023 to order. Remarks by chairs. Co-chair, do you have any remarks?
Nope, also.
Okay, thanks. All right, resolutions for review. First one is the Senate resolution. Senators may vote on this. Number one, Brian T. Caffarelli of Fairfield to be Commissioner of Consumer Protection. Is there a motion?
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Moved by Senator Looney, seconded by Senator Moore, I believe. Any discussion? If not, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Duff,
Senator Duff votes yes.
Senator Looney,
Senator Looney votes yes.
Senator Kelly, Senator Fonfara, Senator Hartley, Senator Kushner, Senator Martin, Senator Moore,
Senator Moore votes yes.
Senator Summers. That's a roll.
Okay, I saw Senator Summers. I thought she was on. Just want to make sure. No, okay. All right, next is Senate Joint Resolution. So the committee will vote on these next resolutions. First one is Vali Pendiala of South Windsor to be a non-voting student member of the State Board of Education. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Representative Godfrey. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Representative Concepcion. Any discussion? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Duff,
Senator, oh, I'm not on screen yet. Senator Duff votes yes.
Representative Concepcion,
Concepcion, yes.
Senator Looney,
Senator Looney votes yes.
Representative Godfrey,
Representative Godfrey votes yes.
Senator Kelly, Representative Yacarino,
Representative Yacarino votes yes. Yes.
Representative D'Agostino,
D'Agostino votes yes.
Senator Fonfara, Representative Fresco, Senator Hartley, Senator Kushner,
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Senator Martin, Senator Moore,
Senator Moore votes yes.
Representative Nuccio.
Representative Nuccio votes yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Representative Perillo. Representative Quinn.
Representative Quinn votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Retigliano. Senator Summers. That's it, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next is item number 2, Praja Tikku of New Canaan to be non-voting member of the State Board of Education. Is there a motion?
So move.
So moved by Representative Godfrey. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Senator Moore. Any discussion? If not, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Duff,
Senator Duff votes yes.
Representative Concepcion,
Concepcion votes yes.
Senator Looney.
This meeting is being recorded.
Uh-oh. Senator Looney,
Senator Looney votes yes.
Representative Godfrey,
Representative Godfrey votes yes.
Senator Kelly, Representative Yacarino,
Yakarino votes yes.
Representative Arnone, Representative D'Agostino,
D'Agostino votes yes.
Senator Fonfara, Representative Gresco, Senator Hartley, Senator Kushner,
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Senator Martin, Senator Moore,
Senator Moore votes yes.
Representative Nuccio,
Representative Nuccio votes yes.
Representative Perillo,
Perillo votes yes.
Representative Quinn,
Representative Quinn votes yes.
Representative Retigliano, Senator Summers.
Okay, next, thank you, Madam Clerk. Item number 3, James F. McCarthy of Clinton to be a member of the Board of Regents of Higher Education. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Representative Concepcion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Representative Perillo. Any discussion? Not, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Duff,
Senator Duff votes yes.
Representative Concepcion,
Concepcion votes yes.
Senator Looney,
Senator Looney votes yes.
Representative Godfrey.
Representative Godfrey votes yes.
One more time, sir. I don't see you on camera.
Representative Godfrey votes yes.
Mhm.
You got it?
Senator,
Thanks.
Representative Yacarino,
Representative Yakarino votes yes.
Representative Arnone, Representative D'Agostino,
D'Agostino votes yes.
Senator Fonfara, Representative Gresco, Senator Hartley, Senator Kushner,
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Senator Martin, Senator Moore,
Senator Moore votes yes.
Representative Nuccio,
Representative Nuccio votes yes.
Representative Perillo.
Perillo votes yes.
One more time, sir.
Perillo votes yes.
Representative Quinn,
Representative Quinn votes yes.
Representative Retigliano, Senator Summers. That's it, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Next, number 4, Paul A. Whitescarver of Gales Ferry to be a member of the Board of Directors of the Connecticut Port Authority. Is there a motion?
So move. Second.
Moved by Senator Looney and second by Representative Quinn. Any discussion? If not, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Duff,
Senator Duff votes yes.
Representative Concepcion,
Representative Concepcion votes yes.
Senator Looney,
Senator Looney votes yes.
Representative Godfrey,
Representative Godfrey votes yes.
one more time, sir.
Representative Godfrey votes yes.
Senator Kelly, Representative Yacarino,
Yakarino votes yes.
Representative Arnone, Representative D'Agostino,
Representative D'Agostino votes yes.
Senator Fonfara, Representative Gresco, Senator Hartley, Senator Kushner,
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Senator Martin. Senator Moore.
Senator Moore votes yes.
Representative Nuccio.
Representative Nuccio votes yes.
Representative Perillo.
Perillo votes yes.
Representative Quinn.
Representative Quinn votes yes.
Representative Rutigliano. Senator Summers.
All right, thank you. Last is a House Joint Resolution. Number 1, Janice German of New Britain to be a member of the Department of Education Arbitration Panel. Is there a motion?
So move.
Moved by Representative Godfrey. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Representative Quinn. Any discussion? If not, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Duff.
Senator Duff votes yes.
Representative Concepcion.
Representative Concepcion votes yes.
Senator Looney.
Senator Looney votes yes.
Representative Godfrey.
Representative Godfrey votes yes.
Senator Kelly. Representative Yakarino.
Yakarina votes yes.
Representative Arnone. Representative D'Agostino.
D'Agostino votes yes.
Ron Farah. Representative Gresco. Senator Kushner.
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Senator Martin. Senator Moore.
Senator Moore votes yes.
Representative Nuccio.
Representative Nuccio votes yes.
Representative Perillo.
Perillo votes yes.
Representative Quinn.
Representative Quinn votes yes.
Representative Rutigliano. Senator Summers. That is your roll.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk, and thanks everybody. We will hold the votes open until 4 o'clock today, and we will get back to everybody with an announcement and of a time and date of our next meeting at some point. So thank you all for hanging in there today. Be safe, and we'll see you next time. Thank you, everyone. The meeting is recessed.
Take care.
Hi, Wendy. I'm thinking I missed a couple of votes. Is it possible to do that now?
Scared me a little bit there. Brian Caffarelli to be Commissioner of Consumer Protection.
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Wendy, I'd like to vote on that too, if you don't mind.
Sure. Who's that? Perillo?
It's Perillo.
Okay. Oh, it's a Senate resolution. Sorry about that.
Oh, it is. Okay.
Let me see. Representative Perillo, you missed Valley Pendala of South Windsor to be a non-voting student member of the State Board of Education.
Perillo votes yes.
Let me see. So either of you missed anything else?
I think I got the rest of them, but good to know.
Got all of the rest. Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much. See you next time.
Bye.
Thanks, Wendy.
Just one sec, Senator.
No worries. Take your time.
Can you hear me?
Hi, how are you?
Okay, hang on, I just have to fix the fact that I can't hear you, but it.
Oh, can you
I
hear me
know
now?
what it is, so.
How about now?
I just came back to my desk.
Okay.
Hey, still hear me?
I can, yes.
And I can hear you.
Yay!
Okay. I have our pal Brian.
That's a big yes for me. Maybe I should vote no, so he has to stay with us, but yes for Brian. He's going to be
You
great.
could vote no and then change it later when he'll be asking, you know.
I don't want to do that. I'm a yes for Brian. I think he'll be
He's too much
terrific.
of a nervous Nelly for that. I've been calling him Brian Nervous Nelly. Okay, so yes, there. Valley Pendala of South Windsor to be a non-voting student member of the Board of Ed.
Summers votes yes.
Sorry, my papers are stuck together. Janice German of New Britain to be a member of the Department of Education Arbitration Panel.
Summers votes yes.
Paul White Scarver of Gales Ferry to be a member of the Board of Directors of the Connecticut Port Authority.
Summers votes yes.
Really? Sure.
I just don't want to have anybody else on that board. You know,
I
that
know,
board gives
I
me a
know.
headache.
It's a lot. James McCarthy of Clinton to be a member of the Board of Regents for Higher Ed.
Summers votes yes.
And last one, Praja Tikku of New Canaan to be a non-voting student member of the State Board of Ed.
Summers votes yes.
All set. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you. Thanks a lot. Have a good day. Bye.
Sideways.
Hi, Wendy.
Hello.
Hi.
Okay. Raja Tiku of New Canaan to be a non-voting student member of the State Board of Ed.
Yes.
Brian Caffarelli. No, that's not you. Sorry. Can't vote on him. Janice German of New Britain to be a member of the Department of Education Arbitration Panel.
Yes.
Bali Pendala of South Windsor to be a non-voting student member of the State Board of Education.
Yes.
Paul Whitescarver of Gales Ferry to be a member of the Board of Directors of the Connecticut Port Authority.
Yes.
James F. McCarthy Jr. of Clinton to be a member of the Board of Regents for Higher Education.
Yes.
All done.
Okay. How you doing, Wendy? Always good to see you. Thank you.
Yeah. Hi, Senator.
Hello, Wendy.
Sorry about that. We need to keep you waiting.
It's okay.
We have for you Paul Whitescarver of Valesbury to be a member of the Board of Directors of the Connecticut Port Authority.
Who is that?
Paul Whitescarver.
Oh, yes. Senator Kelly votes yes.
Student Valley Pendala of South Windsor to be a non-voting student member of the State Board of Ed.
Senator Kelly votes yes.
The other student, Praja Sikhu of New Canaan to be a non-voting student member of the State Board of Ed.
Senator Kelly votes yes.
Janice German of New Britain to be a member of the Department of Education Arbitration Panel.
I think that's a House resolution.
House Joint Resolution.
Oh, Senator Kelly votes yes.
Ryan Caffarelli to be Commissioner of Consumer Protection.
Senator Kelly enthusiastically votes yes.
You bet. And James F. McCarthy Jr. of Clinton to be a member of the Board of Regents for Higher Education.
Senator Kelly votes yes.
Thank you very much, sir. You're off the hook for the day.
Thank you.
Thank you. Take care now.
Okay.
Can you hear me? I can't hear you. Can you just check if you're muted?
Okay, yes, I was muted.
Gotcha. Okay. Paul Whitescarver of Gales Ferry to be a member of the Board of Directors for the Port Authority.
Yes.
James McCarthy of Clinton to be a member of the Board of Regents for Higher Education.
Yes.
Janice German of New Britain to be a member of the Department of Education Arbitration Panel.
Yes.
Praja Tikku of New Canaan to be a non-voting student member of the State Board of Education.
Yes, absolutely.
They're amazing. And Valley Pendala of South Windsor to be a non-voting student member of the State Board of Education.
Yes, as well.
That's it. Thank you so much. I'm glad I caught you.
Thank you. Have a great day. Be safe out there.
Take care. And CTN is fixing your name and district.
I saw that. Yeah, thank you for that.
They're fixing it. Okay.
Okay, take care. Bye-bye.